He never lost a single battle in over 100 engagements. He was called the drawn sword of God. But this legendary conqueror began as Islam's greatest enemy, leading armies that slaughtered Muslims. This is the story of how hatred became devotion, and how one man's transformation conquered to empires. The enemy of God, the morning sun, cast long shadows across the rocky slopes of Mount Uhud as 3,000 Muslim warriors arranged themselves in battle formation. It was March 23rd, 625 CE, and the Prophet Muhammad stood before his army, his face etched with the weight of divine responsibility. Just months earlier, his followers had achieved the impossible at Badr, defeating a Meccan force twice their size. Today, they faced an army of vengeance, but Muhammad's eyes weren't fixed on the 3,000 Meccan infantry advancing across the plain. They were locked on a smaller force positioned on the right flank, 200 of the finest cavalry warriors Arabia had ever produced. At their head rode a young man whose very presence seemed to bend the desert wind to his will. His name was Khalid ibn al Walid, and in the next few hours, he would demonstrate why he was destined to become both Islam's greatest enemy and its most legendary champion. The early morning air crackled with tension as the two armies faced each other. For the Muslims, this wasn't just another battle. It was a test of their faith, their prophet, and their very survival. For 3 years, they had endured persecution, exile, and warfare. The victory at Badr had given them hope that God was truly on their side. But the aristocrats of Mecca had not forgotten their humiliation, and they had come to Uhud with a simple message: Islam would be crushed, and its prophet would die. Khalid ibn al Walid adjusted his grip on his lance as he surveyed the Muslim battle line. At 25 years old, he had already earned a reputation as the most gifted cavalry commander in Arabia. His dark eyes, sharp as a hawk's, missed nothing, the slight tremor in the enemy ranks, the way the morning sun would affect visibility, the small gap between the Muslim archers and their main force. Where other men saw a battle, Khalid saw a chess match played with blood and steel. But to understand how this young warrior came to threaten the very existence of Islam, we must first understand who he was and why his hatred for Muhammad ran deeper than tribal rivalry. Khalid ibn al Walid was born into privilege that most could never imagine. The Banu Maxim were not just any tribe. They were the military aristocracy of Mecca, the guardians of Arabian warrior tradition. For centuries, they had been the sword arm of the Quraysh Confederation, the elite force that protected the sacred city and its lucrative trade routes. Khalid's father al Walid, ibn al was not merely wealthy, he was legendary. Known as Al-Wahid, the unique one, he was said to be so rich that he could single-handedly finance entire military campaigns. Growing up in such a household meant that warfare wasn't just Khalid's profession, it was his religion. While other children played games, young Khalid learned the art of war. He studied the movement of horses, the psychology of combat, the delicate balance between aggression and patience that separated great commanders from dead ones. His training grounds were the harsh deserts surrounding Mecca, where only the strongest and most adaptable survived. The Maxim clan didn't just teach warfare, they taught a philosophy of warfare. They believed that military excellence was a divine gift, that the gods of Arabia blessed those with the courage and skill to dominate others. In their worldview, strength justified rule, and the weak existed to serve the strong. This wasn't mere brutality, it was a sophisticated military culture that had kept the trade routes safe and Mecca prosperous for generations. But then came Muhammad ibn Abdullah with his revolutionary message, and everything the Maxim stood for was suddenly under attack. To understand Khalid's hatred, you must understand what Islam represented to the Arabian aristocracy. This wasn't simply a new religion, it was a direct assault on the entire social order that had made families, like the Maxim, powerful. Muhammad preached that all men were equal before God, that wealth and birth meant nothing compared to righteousness. He spoke of a day of judgment where the proud would be humbled and the meek would inherit paradise. For Khalid's family, this was more than blasphemy. It was an existential threat. Their wealth came from pilgrims visiting the pagan shrines of Mecca. Their power came from leading tribes that revered strength above mercy. Their identity came from a social hierarchy that placed warrior aristocrats at the apex of society. Muhammad's message didn't just challenge their beliefs, it challenged their right to exist as they were. The personal dimension made it even worse. Khalid's father, al Walid ibn al had been one of Muhammad's most vocal opponents from the very beginning. The Quran itself mentions al-Walid by name, condemning his arrogance and predicting his downfall. This wasn't abstract theological disagreement. This was a blood feud between families, played out on a cosmic stage, but beyond the politics and personal animosity. There was something else that drove Khalid's opposition to Islam: professional pride. He had studied Muhammad's early military campaigns and recognized, perhaps better than anyone, that this former merchant was a tactical genius. The way Muhammad had organized the early Muslim community, the discipline he had instilled in his followers, the innovative strategies he employed, these weren't the actions of a mere religious fanatic. This was a rival military mind, and Khalid knew that if Islam continued to spread, it would eventually challenge everything he and his clan represented. So when the call came to assemble an army to crush the Muslim rebellion once and for all, Khalid didn't hesitate. This wasn't just about preserving the old ways. This was about proving that traditional Arabian military excellence could defeat this new ideology before it spread beyond the Hijaz. The army that gathered at Mecca in early 625 CE was the largest force the city had ever assembled. 3,000 warriors, including 700 armored infantry and 200 cavalry, an enormous force by Arabian standards. But this wasn't just about numbers. The Meccans had learned from their defeat at Badr. They had studied Muslim tactics, identified their weaknesses, and crafted a strategy specifically designed to neutralize Muhammad's advantages. The plan was elegant in its simplicity. The main infantry would engage the Muslim forces head-on, drawing them into a grinding battle of attrition. Meanwhile, Khalid's cavalry would wait for the perfect moment to strike the Muslim flanks, creating chaos and panic. The psychological effect would be devastating once the Muslims saw their Prophet's army crumbling. Their faith would shatter along with their military formation. But Khalid knew that cavalry charges, however devastating, were only as good as their timing. Strike too early and the enemy could adapt. Strike too late and the moment might be lost forever. As he positioned his horsemen that morning at Uhud, he was already thinking several moves ahead, anticipating how the battle would unfold and where his intervention would be most devastating. The initial phase of the battle unfolded exactly as the Muslims had hoped. Their disciplined infantry, arranged in tight formations, met the Meccan charge with a wall of spears and swords. The Muslim archers, positioned on a hill overlooking the battlefield, rained arrows down on the Meccan ranks. For a moment, it seemed like a battle all over again, divine favor shining down on the faithful. The Meccan infantry began to waver, then break. Warriors who had seemed invincible just moments before were now fleeing across the desert, pursued by exultant Muslim forces. From his position on the battlefield, Muhammad must have felt that familiar surge of vindication once again. God was delivering victory to the believers, but Khalid ibn al Walid had been waiting for exactly this moment as the Muslim forces broke ranks to pursue the fleeing Meccans. Their careful battle formation dissolved into a chaotic chase. The archers on the hill, seeing victory within their grasp, abandoned their positions despite explicit orders to maintain their post, regardless of how the battle developed. In their excitement, they left the Muslim army's flank completely exposed. Khalid saw the opportunity instantly. Years of training and an intuitive understanding of battlefield psychology told him that this was the moment that would decide not just the battle, but possibly the fate of Islam itself. With a signal to his cavalry, he launched the charge that would echo through history. 200 horsemen thundered across the desert floor, their lances leveled, their battle cries piercing the morning air. They struck the Muslim flank like a thunderbolt, cutting through the scattered forces with devastating efficiency. But Khalid's genius wasn't in the charge itself. It was in what came next. As his cavalry carved through the Muslim ranks, Khalid didn't simply continue the attack. Instead, he wheeled his forces around and struck again from a different angle, creating the illusion that the Muslims were being attacked by multiple enemy forces. The psychological effect was instantaneous and catastrophic. Confusion turned to panic. Muslims, who moments before had been celebrating victory, now found themselves surrounded by screaming horses and flashing steel. The rumor spread through the ranks like wildfire. Muhammad was dead, struck down by enemy cavalry. The army that had seemed divinely protected just minutes earlier was now fleeing in terror across the desert. From his position near the center of what had been the Muslim line, Muhammad himself was injured, his face bloodied by stones and sword cuts. Several of his closest companions had been killed defending him. For a moment that must have felt like eternity, the Prophet of Islam lay vulnerable on the battlefield. His mission apparently ended by a young cavalry commander's tactical brilliance. But perhaps the most chilling aspect of Khalid's performance at Uhud wasn't just his tactical genius, it was his restraint. A lesser commander might have pressed the attack, trying to capitalize on the chaos by hunting down and killing Muhammad himself. Khalid, however, understood something more sophisticated about warfare. Sometimes the greatest victory comes not from destroying your enemy completely, but from demonstrating your ability to destroy them whenever you choose, by allowing the Muslims to retreat. Bloodied, but not annihilated, Khalid sent a more powerful message than total victory could have achieved. He was saying, in effect, I could have ended Islam today, but I chose not to. Remember that the next time you face me. The psychological impact on the early Muslim community was devastating. These were people who had believed themselves under divine protection, who had seen in their early victories proof that God was fighting alongside them. Now they had been humiliated by a single cavalry charge, their prophet wounded, their faith shaken to its very foundations. Muhammad himself, as he recovered from his injuries in the days following Uhud, must have recognized the magnitude of the threat that Khalid represented. This wasn't just another tribal enemy or rival merchant. This was a military genius who understood warfare at a level that matched, and possibly exceeded, his own. In the wrong hands, such talent could indeed destroy the Muslim community before it had a chance to establish itself. But perhaps Muhammad also recognized something else about the young cavalry commander, a quality that would prove prophetic in ways no one could have imagined. The very ruthlessness and tactical brilliance that made Khalid such a dangerous enemy also made him exactly the kind of general that Islam would need if it was ever to survive and spread beyond the Arabian Peninsula. As the sun set over the battlefield of Uhud, casting long shadows across the scattered weapons and blood-stained sand, two men had emerged from the day's fighting with their reputations fundamentally altered. Muhammad had learned the hard lesson that divine favor didn't guarantee military victory without careful planning and discipline. And Khalid ibn al Walid had announced himself as the most dangerous military mind in Arabia, a man whose enmity could threaten the very survival of Islam. Neither of them could have known that within just a few years, the greatest enemy of the faith would become its most legendary champion. But the seeds of that transformation had already been planted in the mutual respect born from their confrontation at Uhud, the recognition by two military geniuses that they had finally met. Their match, the enemy of God, had revealed himself. Soon, he would become something far more extraordinary, the drawn sword of God. But first, he would push Islam to the very brink of extinction, testing whether Muhammad's vision was strong enough to survive the opposition of history's most gifted military tactician. Asterisk, the hunter becomes the hunted in the weeks following Uhud. It wasn't the peace that comes after victory. It was the predatory stillness of a hunter circling wounded prey. Across the desert trade routes, in the oasis towns and Bedouin camps, whispers spread like wildfire. Khalid ibn al Walid was coming. The young cavalry commander who had shattered Muslim morale at Uhud hadn't disappeared into celebration like other victorious generals. Instead, he had done something far more terrifying. He had begun to study his enemy with the methodical precision of a master strategist. While his fellow Meccans counted their dead and divided the spoils, Khalid was already planning the next phase of what he saw as the systematic destruction of Islam. But this wasn't the blind hatred of a tribal vendetta. This was something far more dangerous, the calculated campaign of a military genius who had identified the exact pressure points that could collapse an entire movement. Muhammad, recovering from his injuries in Medina, understood the magnitude of the threat better than anyone. The Prophet had faced many enemies since beginning his mission, but none like this. Tribal chiefs could be negotiated with, rival merchants could be outmaneuvered. Religious opponents could be debated, but Khalid ibn al Walid was something entirely different. A pure military intellect focused with laser precision on Islam's destruction. The first sign of Khalid's new Kala strategy came not through direct assault, but through something far more sophisticated: intelligence warfare. In the months after Uhud, the Muslim community found their every movement anticipated. Their plans somehow known to their enemies before they could be executed. Caravans that should have been safe were ambushed. Allies who had promised support mysteriously changed their minds. Messages between Muslim communities were intercepted with disturbing regularity. What Muhammad and his followers didn't initially realize was that Khalid had revolutionized Arabian warfare by introducing systematic espionage, while other commanders relied on brave charges and superior numbers. Khalid understood that information was the most powerful weapon of all. He had created a network of informants that stretched from the markets of Mecca to the date groves of Medina, feeding him a constant stream of intelligence about Muslim activities. This wasn't just military innovation, it was a fundamental shift in how warfare was conducted in the Arabian Peninsula. Traditional Arab combat was bound by codes of honor that emphasized individual bravery and face-to-face confrontation. Khalid, however, was willing to abandon these constraints in pursuit of victory. If deception could achieve what 1,000 swords could not, then deception was simply another tool in his arsenal. The psychological effect on the Muslim community was devastating. They had endured persecution, exile, and open warfare with remarkable resilience, sustained by their faith that God was guiding their struggle. But now, they faced something that felt almost supernatural: an enemy who seemed to anticipate their every move, who struck when and where they were most vulnerable, who appeared to possess some dark knowledge of their innermost plans. Khalid's reputation began to take on almost mythical proportions. Bedouin storytellers spoke of a warrior who could read the future in the movement of sand dunes, who communicated with jinn spirits of the desert, who possessed supernatural speed that allowed him to be in multiple places at once. While these stories were obviously exaggerated, they reflected a deeper truth. Khalid ibn al Walid had become more than just a military commander. He had become the embodiment of everything that threatened Islam's survival. But perhaps the most brilliant aspect of Khalid's strategy was how he used his victory at Uhud, not as an end, but as a beginning. Rather than resting on his laurels, he leveraged his newfound reputation to forge alliances that had previously been impossible. Tribes that had been neutral in the conflict between Mecca and Medina suddenly found reasons to oppose the Muslims. Leaders who had been considering conversion to Islam mysteriously changed their minds. The key to Khalid's diplomatic success was his understanding of Arabian psychology. He knew that desert tribes respected strength above all else, and his devastating performance at Uhud had demonstrated that strength in the most visible way possible. But he also understood that these same tribes feared backing the losing side in any conflict. By positioning himself as the inevitable victor in the struggle against Islam, he made opposition to the Muslims seem not just profitable, but safe. The Siege of Medina, which began in the spring of 627 CE, represented the culmination of Khalid's anti-Islamic strategy, known to history as the Battle of the Trench. It was supposed to be the final solution to the Muslim problem. A massive confederation of tribes, coordinated by Khalid and financed by Meccan gold, descended upon Muhammad's stronghold with the intention of ending Islam once and for all. The numbers were staggering by Arabian standards, nearly 10,000 warriors surrounding a city defended by fewer than 3,000 Muslims. But the true genius of Khalid's plan wasn't in the size of the besieging force. It was in its composition. He had assembled not just warriors, but representatives from every major tribal confederation in Western Arabia. This wasn't just another military campaign. It was a statement that all of traditional Arabian society had united against the Muslim revolution. For 27 days, the siege continued. And for 27 days, Khalid probed the Muslim defenses with the patience of a master chess player. He understood that Muhammad's greatest strength was the fanatical loyalty of his followers. So, Khalid's strategy focused on breaking that loyalty through psychological pressure rather than direct assault. The defensive trench that gave the battle, its name was actually Muhammad's innovation, inspired by Persian military engineering. But Khalid quickly adapted to this new reality, using the static nature of the siege to his advantage. While the Muslims huddled behind their earthworks, growing hungrier and more desperate with each passing day, Khalid maintained constant pressure through raids, night attacks, and psychological warfare. Perhaps the most terrifying moment came on the 15th day of the siege, when Khalid nearly achieved a breakthrough that could have ended Islam forever. Through careful reconnaissance, he had identified a weak point in the Muslim defenses, where the trench was narrower and less well guarded. Leading a select force of cavalry, he attempted a daring assault that came within meters of reaching Muhammad's personal quarters. The attack failed, but only barely. Muslim defenders later described the scene as apocalyptic. Khalid himself, mounted on his black stallion, his sword reflecting the firelight as he cut through their ranks like death incarnate. For a few terrifying minutes, it seemed as though the Prophet of Islam might fall to the same cavalry charge that had devastated the Muslims at Uhud. But Khalid's near success also revealed the fatal flaw in his strategy. His focus on military solutions had blinded him to the political dimensions of the conflict. While he had assembled an impressive coalition of tribes, that coalition was held together primarily by fear of his reputation and hope for Meccan gold. The moment his campaign showed signs of difficulty, the cracks began to appear. The turning point came not through military action, but through the kind of diplomatic maneuvering that Muhammad had mastered. Working through intermediaries, the Prophet managed to sow discord among the besieging tribes, exploiting old grudges and conflicting interests that Khalid's focus on military matters had overlooked. One by one, tribal contingents began to withdraw from the siege, each finding reasons why their presence was needed elsewhere. Khalid watched his carefully assembled coalition disintegrate with the frustrated rage of a perfectionist, seeing his masterpiece destroyed by forces beyond his control. He had created what should have been an unstoppable military machine, only to see it undone by the very tribal politics he had thought he could transcend through superior force. The failure of the siege marked a crucial turning point, not just in the conflict between Mecca and Medina, but in Khalid's own understanding of warfare. For the first time in his career, his military genius had been insufficient to achieve victory. Muhammad had demonstrated that there were forms of power that even the most brilliant tactical mind could not overcome through force alone. But perhaps the most significant aspect of the siege's failure was what it revealed about the relationship between the two great military minds of their generation. Throughout the 27 days of the siege, Khalid and Muhammad had been locked in a chess match of unprecedented complexity, each trying to anticipate and counter the other's moves. Despite their opposing positions, they had developed a grudging, mutual respect born of recognizing a kindred strategic intellect. Muhammad's innovative use of defensive engineering had impressed Khalid, who had never encountered such systematic military thinking among Arabian commanders. Similarly, Khalid's coordination of the massive tribal coalition and his patient, methodical approach to siege warfare had demonstrated a level of strategic sophistication that Muhammad recognized as genuinely extraordinary. In the aftermath of the failed siege, as Khalid withdrew his forces across the desert, he carried with him more than just military defeat. He carried the growing realization that Muhammad ibn Abdullah was not just another tribal leader or religious fanatic, but a strategic genius whose vision extended far beyond the narrow confines of Arabian politics. The irony was profound and would prove prophetic. Khalid ibn al Walid possessed exactly the military skills that Islam would need to survive and expand beyond the Arabian Peninsula. his innovative tactics, his ability to coordinate large-scale campaigns, his understanding of logistics and intelligence warfare. These were precisely the capabilities that would later enable the Muslim conquest of two empires. But in 627 CE, that transformation still lay in the future. For now, Khalid remained Islam's greatest enemy, his reputation only enhanced by the audacity of his siege strategy, even in defeat. The tribal leaders who had witnessed his near breakthrough at the trench spoke of his courage and tactical brilliance. The Muslim defenders who had faced his assault would never forget the terror of seeing him charge their lines. Yet something had changed in the dynamic between hunter and hunted. Khalid had demonstrated that he could wound Islam, perhaps even mortally, but he had also proven that he could not easily destroy it. Muhammad, meanwhile, had shown that Muslim faith could survive even the most systematic military pressure, but at a cost that made clear how precarious Islam's position remained. As news of the siege's failure spread across Arabia, both sides began to reassess their strategies. For Muhammad, the lesson was that Islam's survival depended not just on military defense, but on expanding the community of believers faster than enemies like Khalid could organize opposition. For Khalid, the lesson was more complex and ultimately more transformative. Military excellence alone was insufficient to defeat an idea whose time had come. The stage was now set for the final phase of their confrontation, a phase that would see not the destruction of one by the other, but the most dramatic conversion in military history. The hunter had discovered that his prey was more dangerous than he had imagined. Soon, he would discover that he had been hunting something he was destined to join. But first, there would be more blood, more battles, and more moments when the fate of Islam hung by the thinnest of threads. Held in the hands of history's most gifted military mind, a man who still believed his destiny was to be the sword that cut down Muhammad's revolution before it could change the world. The letters that changed everything in the autumn of 628 CE, as the desert winds carried the first whispers of winter across the Arabian Peninsula. An unusual messenger arrived at Khalid ibn al Walid's compound in Mecca. The man was dusty from travel, his robes bearing the unmistakable marks of a long journey from Medina. But it wasn't his appearance that caused such a stir among Khalid's household. It was what he carried in his leather satchel that would shake the foundations of everything Khalid thought he knew about his enemy. A letter, sealed with Muhammad's personal seal, addressed not to the leaders of Mecca, not to Khalid's father or tribal elders, but to Khalid ibn al Walid himself, Islam's greatest enemy. The man who had spent 3 years orchestrating the systematic destruction of the Muslim community. The Prophet of Islam was writing to invite his most dangerous opponent to embrace the faith he had been trying to annihilate, to understand the revolutionary nature of this moment. You must appreciate that nothing like it had ever occurred in Arabian history. When tribal leaders faced existential enemies, they destroyed them. When conquerors faced resistance, they crushed it. The idea of reaching out to your most capable opponent, not to negotiate terms of surrender, but to offer them a position of honor in the very movement they had been fighting, was so unprecedented that many of Khalid's advisors initially assumed it was some kind of elaborate trap. But Khalid himself, as he broke the seal and read Muhammad's carefully crafted words, recognized something far more sophisticated than military deception. This was psychological warfare at its most refined, an appeal not to his weaknesses, but to his strengths. Muhammad wasn't offering him money, land, or political position. He was offering him something far more valuable: the opportunity to serve a cause worthy of his extraordinary talents. The letter's contents were brief but devastating in their precision. Muhammad acknowledged Khalid's military genius, praised his tactical innovations, and expressed regret that such capabilities were being wasted in opposition to God's plan. Then came the crucial line that would echo in Khalid's mind for weeks. Islam has need of such skills as yours, for the work ahead is greater than any of us can accomplish alone. The work ahead. The phrase suggested a vision that extended far beyond the tribal conflicts of Arabia, hinting at campaigns and conquests that would dwarf anything Khalid had yet experienced. For a military mind constantly seeking greater challenges, the implication was electrifying. Muhammad wasn't just offering forgiveness for past opposition. He was offering the chance to participate in something unprecedented in scale and significance. But the letter was more than just an individual recruitment effort. It was part of a broader diplomatic revolution that Muhammad had been quietly orchestrating since the failed siege of Medina. Rather than responding to military pressure with counter-military measures, the Prophet had embarked on the most audacious conversion campaign in history, systematically targeting the leadership of the coalition that had been assembled against him. Letters had gone out to tribal chiefs, merchant leaders, and military commanders across Arabia. Each message was carefully tailored to its recipient, appealing to their specific interests, concerns, and aspirations. But the underlying strategy was consistent: transform enemies into allies through persuasion rather than force, building the Muslim community's strength by draining their opponent's most capable leadership. The psychological effect of this campaign was profound. Leaders who had committed themselves to Islam's destruction suddenly found themselves questioning whether they were on the right side of history. If Muhammad could forgive and welcome even his greatest enemies. What did that say about the nature of his mission? If Islam was strong enough to offer forgiveness rather than demand revenge, perhaps it was stronger than they had realized for Khalid ibn al Walid. However, the letter presented a crisis that went beyond political calculation. He was facing the collapse of everything that had defined his identity for the past 3 years. His entire sense of purpose had been built around opposition to Islam. His reputation forged in battles against Muslim forces. Now Muhammad was suggesting that this opposition had been not just wrong, but wasteful, a misapplication of gifts that could have served a higher purpose. The timing of the letter's arrival couldn't have been more psychologically devastating. Khalid was already dealing with the aftermath of the siege's failure, watching as the coalition he had helped assemble continued to fragment. Tribal leaders who had sworn eternal enmity to Islam were quietly opening negotiations with Medina. Merchants who had financed anti-Muslim campaigns were beginning to hedge their bets, establishing trade relationships with a growing Muslim community. Most troubling of all was the situation within his own family. His younger brother, Al-Walid, ibn al Walid, had been captured during a raid against Muslim forces the previous year. Rather than executing him as a dangerous enemy, Muhammad had treated him with remarkable courtesy, engaging him in long discussions about faith, politics, and the future of Arabia. The result was predictable but devastating. Al-Walid had converted to Islam and now served as one of Muhammad's trusted advisors. The family dinners that had once been strategy sessions for anti-Islamic warfare had become tense affairs, marked by carefully avoided subjects and unspoken accusations. Khalid's father, Al-Wal ibn al remained adamantly opposed to Islam, but his authority was being undermined by his younger son's defection and his older son's increasingly visible doubts. The brother who had once looked up to Khalid as the perfect warrior now served the enemy with the same dedication he had once shown to his family's cause. During rare meetings arranged through intermediaries, Al-Walid would speak of Muhammad with a reverence that Khalid found both infuriating and deeply unsettling. This wasn't the conversion of a defeated prisoner seeking better treatment. This was the genuine transformation of someone who had found something worth believing in more deeply than tribal loyalty. "You know his military capabilities better than anyone," Al-Walid had said during their last clandestine meeting. "You've studied his strategies, faced his tactical innovations, watched him coordinate forces that should have been impossible to organize. But have you ever asked yourself where such abilities come from? Have you considered that perhaps his success isn't just the result of human genius, but of divine guidance?" The question haunted Khalid because it forced him to confront. Something he had been trying to avoid. His growing respect for Muhammad as a strategic mind. Over the course of their 3-year conflict, Khalid had watched his opponent evolve from a merchant with promising tactical instincts into what was arguably the most innovative military leader Arabia had ever produced. Muhammad's defensive innovations during the siege, his diplomatic maneuvering that had dissolved Khalid's coalition, his ability to maintain morale among his followers despite repeated setbacks. These weren't the achievements of lucky amateurs or religious fanatics. They were the work of a systematic military intellect that matched, and in some areas exceeded, Khalid's own capabilities. The professional respect was becoming personal admiration. And admiration was leading to doubt about the righteousness of his cause. If Muhammad was indeed the extraordinary leader he appeared to be, and if his vision for Arabia's future was as compelling as his growing number of followers suggested, then perhaps Khalid's opposition wasn't just futile, perhaps it was wrong. The strategic analysis that had always been Khalid's strength now became his burden. Every assessment of the current situation led to the same uncomfortable conclusion. Islam was winning. Not just militarily, though the Muslim community had proven remarkably resilient in the face of systematic assault. More significantly, Islam was winning the battle for Arabia's future. The tribal system that had dominated the peninsula for centuries was clearly in decline. The old certainties about blood loyalty, honor codes, and warrior aristocracy were being challenged by a movement that offered something more compelling: unity based on shared faith rather than shared ancestry, justice based on divine law rather than tribal custom, and a vision of expansion that could transform Arabian warriors from desert raiders into the conquerors of empires. Khalid's tactical mind could see the inevitable trajectory. The question wasn't whether Islam would eventually dominate Arabia. It was whether he would be part of that transformation or crushed by it. And if he was going to be part of it, the letter from Muhammad offered him the opportunity to join as an honored ally rather than a defeated enemy. But the decision tormented him because it required abandoning not just his political position, but his entire identity. Khalid ibn al Walid had been defined by opposition to Islam for so long that conversion would mean psychological death and rebirth. The man who embraced Muhammad's message would be someone fundamentally different from the cavalry commander who had shattered Muslim ranks at Uhud. The internal struggle played out over weeks of sleepless nights and agonizing self-examination. Khalid found himself studying the Quran, initially looking for weaknesses he could exploit, but gradually being impressed by the sophistication of its strategic and ethical teachings. He sought out Muslim prisoners and converts, ostensibly for intelligence gathering, but actually for the deeper purpose of understanding what could inspire such fears. Loyalty. The breakthrough came during a conversation with a captured Muslim officer who had fought against Khalid in multiple engagements. The man spoke of Muhammad not with the mindless devotion of a fanatic, but with the measured respect of a professional soldier who recognized exceptional leadership when he encountered it. Your tactics at Uhud were masterful, the prisoner admitted. But have you ever considered that the Prophet allowed us to engage you there because he knew we needed to learn from defeat? Have you asked yourself why he never sought revenge for that battle? Why he continues to offer you honor instead of demanding justice? Perhaps because he understood, even then, that you were destined to serve Islam rather than destroy it. 8. Suggestion that Muhammad had been thinking several moves ahead, that even Khalid's greatest victory had been part of a larger strategic vision, was simultaneously infuriating and compelling. It implied a level of long-term planning that went beyond anything Khalid had previously encountered in Arabian warfare. As autumn turned to winter, Khalid's isolation became increasingly apparent. His closest advisors were urging him to ignore Muhammad's letter and continue the fight, but their arguments sounded increasingly hollow. The coalition against Islam was dissolving. Traditional Arabian power structures were crumbling, and the future clearly belonged to whoever could adapt to the new realities that Muhammad's revolution had created. The moment of decision came not through dramatic revelation, but through cold strategic calculation. Khalid ibn al Walid had always been, above all else, a realist. His loyalty had never been to abstract principles, but to what worked, what succeeded, what achieved results in the harsh realities of desert warfare and tribal politics. Islam worked. Muhammad's vision was succeeding. The movement that Khalid had spent 3 years trying to destroy had not only survived his best efforts, but had grown stronger in the process. Continuing to oppose such a force wasn't noble resistance. It was strategic suicide. But the final factor that tipped the balance was something more personal than political calculation. In Muhammad's letter, Khalid had glimpsed the possibility of serving something greater than tribal loyalty or family honor. The Prophet was offering him the chance to apply his military gifts in service of a cause that could reshape not just Arabia, but the world beyond the desert. For a warrior whose greatest fear had always been that he might never find challenges worthy of his abilities, the prospect was irresistible. Muhammad wasn't just offering conversion, he was offering the opportunity to participate in conquests that would make everything Khalid had previously accomplished seem like preparation for the real work ahead. On a cold night in February 629 CE, Khalid ibn al Walid made the decision that would change the course of history. Sitting alone in his tent, surrounded by maps of battles fought and campaigns planned against the Muslim community, he composed his reply to Muhammad's letter. It was brief, like the military dispatches he had been writing all his life. But unlike those previous messages, this one would announce not the continuation of war, but the end of the greatest military mind in Arabia's opposition to Islam. The hunter had decided to join the hunt. The drawn sword was about to choose a new master, and the enemy of God was preparing to become something unprecedented in the annals of warfare. A convert whose transformation would prove more devastating to Islam's opponents than any defeat Khalid had ever inflicted as their champion. The letters had indeed changed everything. Soon, the world would discover what happened when history's most gifted military tactician finally found a cause worthy of his extraordinary talents. The sword that chose its master. Asterisk. The year is 629 CE, in the pre-dawn darkness of Mecca. A figure moves like a shadow through empty streets. Khalid ibn al Walid, the man who had brought Islam to the brink of extinction at Uhud, pulls his cloak tighter against the desert wind. Tonight, he abandons everything he has ever known. Tonight, he commits what his own people will call the ultimate betrayal. But for Khalid, this journey into the darkness feels like walking toward light. The decision had been months in the making. Muhammad's letter hadn't just been words on parchment. It had been a mirror held up to Khalid's soul. If you came to us, the Prophet had written, we would honor you and prefer you. Not threats, not demands for submission. An invitation, an acknowledgement of worth from the man Khalid had tried to destroy. As his camel's hooves whispered across the sand, Khalid's mind raced through the calculations that had brought him to this moment. The political winds were shifting. Tribe after tribe was embracing Islam, not through conquest, but through conviction. The old order, the aristocratic system that had made him a prince of Mecca, was crumbling. But this wasn't just political opportunism driving him forward. It was something deeper. Something that had been growing since that day at Uhud, when he'd looked into the eyes of Muslim warriors and seen something he'd never witnessed before. Men fighting for something greater than tribal honor or material gain. They fought for belief itself. The journey to Medina normally took 3 days. Khalid completed it in 2, pushing his mount to the limits, as if speed could outrun the doubts that nipped at his heels like desert jackals. What if this was a trap? What if the Muslims remembered too clearly the blood he'd spilled at Uhud? But deeper than fear was anticipation. For the first time in his life, Khalid ibn al Walid The man who had never known defeat in battle was willingly placing himself at someone else's mercy. The irony wasn't lost on him. The greatest warrior of Arabia was about to surrender, as the green date palms of Medina's oasis appeared on the horizon. Khalid's heart hammered against his ribs like a war drum. This wasn't just a change of allegiance. This was a transformation of the soul. The guards at Medina's gates couldn't believe their eyes. Khalid ibn al Walid, the phantom cavalry commander who had haunted their nightmares, stood before them alone. His hands empty of weapons, his head uncovered in submission. Word spread through the city like wildfire. The sword of Mecca had come to Medina. Within hours, crowds lined the narrow streets. Some faces showed wonder, others suspicion, many outright hostility. These were people who had lost fathers, brothers, sons to Khalid's cavalry charges. They had prayed for his death. Now he walked among them, vulnerable and alone. But it was the silence that struck Khalid most powerfully. No one attacked. No one screamed curses. The discipline Muhammad had instilled in his followers was absolute. Even facing their greatest enemy, they waited for their prophet's judgment. Muhammad received him in the courtyard of his simple mud brick house. No palace, no throne room, no ceremony designed to intimidate or impress. Just a man sitting beneath a palm tree, his face serene, his eyes holding depths that Khalid couldn't fathom. For a long moment, they simply looked at each other. The prophet and the general, the preacher and the warrior, the man who spoke of peace and the man who lived by the sword. Khalid ibn al Walid, Muhammad said finally, his voice carrying neither triumph nor reproach. You have come. Khalid fell to his knees, the gesture coming from somewhere deeper than calculation or protocol. I have come to embrace Islam, O Messenger of Allah. I bear witness that there is no God but Allah, and that you are His messenger. The words felt strange on his tongue, foreign, like a language he'd once known but forgotten. The courtyard, the assembled Muslims watched in stunned silence. Their greatest enemy was declaring faith in their cause. Muhammad's response was immediate and profound. Rising from his seat, he placed his hand on Khalid's shoulder, the same shoulder that had carried the weight of armor in so many battles against the Muslim community. Welcome, Khalid, the Prophet said, his voice warm with genuine joy. Allah has guided you to the right path. Your Islam is good, and your past is forgiven. But then came the words that would echo through history, words that would transform not just Khalid's destiny, but the fate of empires. You are safe, Allah al-Maslal, the drawn sword of Allah. The title hit Khalid like a physical blow. Not just any sword, the drawn sword. The weapon already unsheathed, already prepared for battle. In Arabic culture, a sword kept in its sheath was a sword of peace. Committed to conflict, unable to rest until its purpose was fulfilled. Muhammad hadn't just forgiven Khalid's past, he had transformed it into destiny. Every battle Khalid had fought, every tactical innovation he had developed, every lesson learned. In the crucible of war, all of it had been preparation for this moment. His enmity toward Islam hadn't been a deviation from his path. It had been the forging of the weapon Allah would use to spread his message. The psychological impact on Khalid was immediate and overwhelming. For years, he had struggled with the paradox of his own existence, a warrior in an age that seemed to be moving beyond warfare, a man of the sword in a time when words were proving mightier. Now, suddenly, his entire life made sense. He wasn't an anachronism. He was an instrument. Tears streamed down the face of Islam's former greatest enemy as he grasped the full magnitude of what had just occurred. Muhammad hadn't just converted him, he had revealed his true nature. Khalid had always been Allah's sword. He just hadn't known it yet. The news of Khalid's conversion spread across Arabia like a shockwave. In Mecca, the aristocratic families who had pinned their hopes on his military genius reacted with a mixture of rage and despair. The Maxim clan felt personally betrayed. Their greatest warrior, their pride and joy, had abandoned them for the enemy. But it was more than personal betrayal. It was strategic catastrophe. Khalid ibn al Walid wasn't just another convert. He was the one man who understood Muhammad's military thinking, who had matched wits with the Prophet on the battlefield and emerged victorious. Now that tactical genius was being turned against them. The Meccan War Council that night was a scene of barely controlled panic. How do you fight a man who knows all your strategies, who has seen your weaknesses, who understands your every military tradition? How do you face an enemy who was once your greatest champion? Some called for immediate action, a preemptive strike against Medina before Khalid could fully integrate into the Muslim military structure. Others urged negotiation, recognizing that if Khalid could change sides, perhaps accommodation with Muhammad was possible after all. But the wisest among them understood the deeper truth. Khalid's conversion wasn't just the loss of a general. It was a sign that the tide of history itself was turning. When your best and brightest begin to abandon ship, the ship itself may be sinking. Meanwhile, in Medina, the Muslim community struggled with their own complex emotions. Joy at gaining such a powerful ally was tempered by suspicion and resentment. This was the man who had turned their greatest victory into their most devastating defeat. Could he really be trusted? Some of Muhammad's companions openly questioned the wisdom of accepting Khalid's conversion. Was this truly a change of heart, or merely political calculation? Could a man who had spilled so much Muslim blood ever truly be one of them? But Muhammad's confidence never wavered. He had looked into Khalid's eyes and seen something his companions couldn't: genuine transformation. The prophet who could read men's souls had recognized that Khalid's conversion wasn't born of opportunism, but of conviction. More importantly, Muhammad understood what many of his followers didn't. The future of Islam lay not just in defense, but in expansion. The faith was ready to move beyond the Arabian Peninsula to challenge the great empires of Byzantium and Persia. For that mission, they would need warriors of exceptional skill and vision in Khalid ibn al Walid. Muhammad saw not just a convert, but an instrument of divine will. The same tactical brilliance that had once threatened Islam's survival would now ensure its triumph. The immediate military implications were staggering. Overnight, the balance of power in Arabia shifted dramatically. The Meccan coalition had lost its most effective commander, while the Muslim forces had gained a general whose reputation alone was worth several battalions. But the psychological impact was even more significant. Khalid's conversion sent a message. Across the Arabian Peninsula, Islam was no longer just another tribal movement. It was a force that could attract the best and brightest, that could transform enemies into champions, that could turn the natural order on its head. Within weeks of his conversion, tribal delegations began arriving in Medina. Khalid ibn al Walid, the aristocrat's aristocrat, the warrior's warrior, could find truth in Islam. Perhaps they should examine this faith more closely themselves. Muhammad, with his keen understanding of human psychology, knew exactly how to handle his new convert. He didn't immediately thrust Khalid into a position of military command that would have antagonized the old guard and made Khalid's integration more difficult. Instead, he allowed the former enemy to prove himself gradually, to earn the trust and respect of his new brothers in faith. But the title remained: Saif Allah al-Maslal, the drawn sword of Allah. It was both promise and prophecy, a divine designation that would soon be tested on battlefields across 2 continents. As Khalid knelt in prayer for the first time as a Muslim, facing Mecca, the city he had once defended, against these very believers, he couldn't know that he was about to embark on the most extraordinary military career in human history. He couldn't foresee the deserts he would cross, the empires he would topple, the legacy he would forge. All he knew was that, for the first time in his life, his sword felt like it belonged in his hand, not because he was strong enough to wield it, but because Allah had placed it there. The weapon hadn't chosen him. He had finally chosen to become the weapon he was always meant to be. The boy who had dreamed of glory had become the man who would achieve it. The enemy of Islam had become its greatest champion. The sword that had once threatened to cut down the faith now stood, ready to carve out an empire in its name. In the quiet of that Medina night, as Khalid ibn al Walid completed his first prayer. As a Muslim, the sound of his whispered Ameen carried on the desert wind like the echo of future victories. The drawn sword of Allah had finally found its master, and the world would never be the same. Baptism by fire. The Muta Gambith year was 629 CE, 3000. Muslim warriors stood in the scorching heat of the Jordanian desert, staring across a valley at what could only be described as the end of the world. Before them stretched an ocean of steel and flesh, over 100,000 Byzantine soldiers, their armor glinting like scales on some mythical beast. The Muslims were outnumbered more than 30 to 1. Territory, perhaps capture some frontier towns. Instead, they had walked into the jaws of annihilation. But this wasn't just any Muslim army facing extinction. This was the first test of Islam's newest and most unlikely convert, Khalid ibn al Walid. The man who had once been the Prophet's deadliest enemy was about to prove whether his legendary military genius could serve his new faith as effectively as it had once threatened to destroy it. The trap springs shut the expedition had begun with such promise. Zayd ibn Haratha, the Prophet Muhammad's beloved adopted son, led 3,000 of Islam's finest warriors northward from Medina. Their mission seemed straightforward: probe Byzantine defenses, perhaps capture the trading post of Muta, and demonstrate Islam's growing power to the Christian Arab tribes of the region. What they hadn't anticipated was that Emperor Heraclius had been planning his own demonstration of power. The greatest military mind of the Byzantine Empire had assembled a massive force, not just Byzantine regulars, but allied Arab tribes, Armenian mercenaries, and seasoned veterans from campaigns across the empire. This wasn't a garrison force caught off guard. This was a carefully orchestrated trap designed to crush Muslim expansion once and for all. As the Muslim scouts brought back reports of the enemy numbers, a chill ran through the camp that had nothing to do with the desert night. Veteran warriors who had fought at Badr and Uhud exchanged nervous glances. They had faced impossible odds before, but nothing like this. This wasn't a battle. It was a massacre waiting to happen. Zayd ibn Haratha, a man who had known nothing but victory since his conversion to Islam, faced the greatest crisis of his military career. He could retreat, but that would mean abandoning the entire northern frontier to Byzantine retaliation. Christian Arab tribes who were considering conversion to Islam would see Muslim weakness and remain loyal to Constantinople. The psychological impact could undo years of careful diplomatic work. But if he advanced, he would likely be leading 3,000 of Islam's best warriors to their deaths. The Dance of Death begins at dawn on September 8, 629 CE. Dade made his choice. The Muslim army advanced in their traditional formation, infantry in the center, cavalry on the flanks, archers providing cover. As they crested the ridge overlooking the valley of Muta, the full scope of their predicament became clear. Byzantine force wasn't just large, it was professionally arranged in multiple defensive lines, with cavalry reserves positioned to exploit any Muslim breakthrough attempt. The battle began with the Muslim cavalry probing the Byzantine flanks, looking for weakness. They found none. Instead, they found disciplined formations that gave ground slowly, drawing the Muslims deeper into killing zones where Byzantine archers could pour down arrows like deadly rain. Zayd ibn Haritha led from the front. As was the Muslim tradition, his white banner, the symbol of Muslim command, flew proudly above the melee as he carved through Byzantine infantry with his sword. For a brief moment, it seemed as though Muslim courage might overcome impossible odds. The center began to push forward, and shouts of Allahu Akbar echoed across the battlefield. Then, disaster struck. A Byzantine javelin, thrown by some anonymous soldier in the press of combat, found its mark. Zayd ibn Haritha, the Prophet's adopted son, the man who had been freed from slavery to become one of Islam's greatest commanders, fell to the ground. His blood soaked into the desert sand as the white banner wavered above the sudden chaos. Ja'far ibn Abi Talib, the Prophet's cousin and a man whose eloquence had once moved the Christian king of Ethiopia to tears, seized the fallen banner. Muslims, he shouted above the din of battle, remember paradise, remember that death in Allah's cause is victory. His charge reinvigorated the Muslim center, and for another precious hour, the line held, but the Byzantine numbers were simply too overwhelming. Ja'far found himself surrounded, his sword arm severed, then his left arm as he continued to fight. Even as he held the banner with the stumps of his arms, Byzantine swords found their mark. The second commander of the day lay dead, and the Muslim army began to waver. Abdullah ibn Rawaha, a poet warrior whose verses had inspired countless Muslim fighters, took up the banner third. He had always said he wanted his death to be his greatest poem, and now he composed it in blood and steel. But poetry, however beautiful, could not overcome mathematics. Within an hour, he too lay dead among the growing pile of Muslim martyrs. The moment of truth, as the third commander fell, the Muslim army faced complete collapse. Warriors who had never known defeat in Allah's name began to break ranks. Some called for retreat. Others prepared to sell their lives as dearly as possible. The white banner lay trampled in the sand, and with it, seemingly, the future of Islamic expansion. It was then that a voice cut through the chaos, a voice that many of these warriors remembered from the opposite side of the battlefield at Uhud. "Give me the banner." Khalid ibn al Walid pushed through the press of retreating soldiers, his sword already bloody from the day's fighting. The reaction was immediate and mixed. Some warriors felt a surge of hope if anyone could save them from this disaster. It was the man who had never lost a battle. Others felt uncertainty. Could they really follow their former enemy? Could a man who had spent years trying to destroy Islam now be trusted to preserve it? Khalid didn't wait for consensus. He seized the fallen banner and raised it high. "Muslims," his voice carried across the battlefield with the authority of a man born to command. "Today, you will see what the drawn sword of God can do." But as Khalid surveyed the tactical situation, even his legendary confidence must have wavered. The Muslim army was compressed into an ever-shrinking pocket. Byzantine forces had them nearly surrounded, and more enemy units were moving to close the trap completely. Traditional military doctrine offered only two options: fight to the death or surrender. Neither was acceptable. It was then that Khalid ibn al Walid made the decision that would define his legend and change the course of military history. The impossible maneuver, what Khalid attempted at Mu'tah, had never been successfully executed in the annals of warfare. While maintaining the appearance of continued resistance, he began to reorganize the Muslim army in the middle of active combat. This wasn't a simple retreat. Retreating armies often survive. This was something far more complex and dangerous. Using hand signals and whispered commands passed through trusted subordinates, Khalid began to thin his front lines while strengthening his flanks. To the Byzantines, it appeared that the Muslim resistance was finally crumbling. They pressed their advantage, surging forward to deliver what they believed would be the killing blow. Instead, they walked into Khalid's trap as the Byzantine center advanced. Khalid's flanks suddenly wheeled inward in a coordinated movement that required split-second timing. The Muslim cavalry, which had been screening the withdrawal, suddenly found themselves positioned behind advancing Byzantine units. The hunters had become the hunted. But Khalid's masterstroke wasn't the tactical encirclement. Tit was the psychological warfare that accompanied it. As his cavalry struck the Byzantine rear, he ordered every Muslim warrior to raise the war cry simultaneously. The sound of Allahu Akbar, echoing from what the Byzantines had thought was a defeated army, created panic in the enemy ranks. Byzantine commanders, who had been planning the final assault moments before, suddenly found themselves fighting on multiple fronts with their command structure in chaos. Units that had been advancing in good order began to collide with retreating elements. The professional discipline that had made the Byzantine army so formidable began to fracture. The master of deception. What happened next demonstrated why Khalid ibn al Walid would never lose a battle in his entire career. Rather than pressing his temporary advantage into a potentially disastrous counterattack, he used the confusion he had created to achieve something far more valuable: the systematic withdrawal of his entire army as Byzantine units struggled to reorganize. Khalid began leapfrogging his forces backwards in coordinated bounds. While one element engaged the enemy, another would withdraw to a new position. Then the roles would reverse. To the Byzantines, it appeared as though they were fighting multiple different armies that materialized and vanished like desert mirages. The psychological impact was devastating. Byzantine soldiers began to whisper that they were fighting jinn, supernatural beings who could appear and disappear at will. Some claimed they had killed the same Muslim warrior multiple times, only to see him reappear in a different part of the battlefield. Others swore they had seen Khalid himself in 3 places simultaneously. The truth was more mundane, but no less brilliant. Khalid had realized that the Byzantine army's greatest strength, size, could also be its greatest weakness. In the confined space of the valley, the massive Byzantine force couldn't maneuver effectively, like a giant trying to catch a butterfly. The more aggressively they pursued the withdrawing Muslims, the more their own formations became disordered. But Khalid's most audacious stroke was yet to come. As night fell on the first day of battle, he ordered his men to do something that violated every principle of military orthodoxy. They would rotate their positions under cover of darkness. The night that changed everything. Throughout the hours of darkness, Khalid's army executed a maneuver that would be studied in military academies for centuries to come. Using the intimate knowledge of desert warfare that all Arabian fighters possessed, the Muslims moved like shadows across the landscape. Units that had been on the left flank appeared on the right. Fresh troops moved to positions previously occupied by exhausted fighters. Even the banners were switched. When dawn broke on the second day, the Byzantines faced what appeared to be an entirely different army. Where they expected to find demoralized survivors, they encountered fresh troops arranged in new formations. The psychological impact was immediate and overwhelming. They have been reinforced. The cry went up from Byzantine scouts. Muhammad has sent another army. The truth that they were facing the same 3,000 Muslims, just brilliantly repositioned, didn't matter. In war, perception often matters more than reality. Khalid had achieved something that military historians would later declare impossible. He had convinced an enemy force of over 100,000 that they were outnumbered. Who had expected to be mopping up the remnants of a defeated army? Instead, found themselves hesitating before what they perceived as a new and unknown threat. This hesitation was exactly what Khalid needed. While the Byzantine commanders debated their response, he continued his systematic withdrawal. But this wasn't a panicked retreat, it was a fighting withdrawal that preserved unit, cohesion, while gradually disengaging from the enemy. Each stage of the withdrawal was a masterpiece of timing and coordination. Khalid would allow the Byzantines to advance until they were committed to their attack, then strike at their flanks while pulling back his center. Forward into empty space while Muslim cavalry harassed their extended supply lines. The birth of a legend. By the third day of the battle, the dynamic had completely reversed. The Byzantines, who had begun the engagement confident of easy victory, now found themselves frustrated and increasingly demoralized. They had suffered casualties without achieving any strategic objective. Their massive army was strung out across miles of desert, its logistics strained by the need to maintain pursuit of an enemy that refused to be decisively engaged. Khalid, meanwhile, had preserved the core of his fighting force: withdrawal. More importantly, he had demonstrated something that would resonate throughout the Islamic world. Even impossible odds could be overcome by superior leadership and tactical brilliance. The moment of Khalid's ultimate triumph came on the fourth day. The Byzantine commanders, recognizing that they had been outmaneuvered by a superior military mind, called off their pursuit. For the first time in the battle, they allowed the Muslims to withdraw without harassment. It was then that Khalid revealed his final stroke of genius. Instead of continuing his retreat to safety in Medina, he ordered a limited counterattack against the Byzantine rearguard. This wasn't designed to inflict serious casualties. It was pure psychological warfare. The message was clear. The Muslim army was withdrawing by choice, not from necessity. The effect on Byzantine morale was devastating. Soldiers who had begun the campaign expecting easy plunder now whispered that they had been lucky to escape with their lives. The massive army that was supposed to demonstrate Byzantine dominance in the region instead became a symbol of Islamic tactical superiority. The Prophet's recognition news of Khalid's performance at Mu'tah reached Medina even before the returning army arrived. Refugees and traders carried tales of the impossible escape, each telling, embellishing the story until it reached mythical proportions. By the time Khalid's dust-covered warriors marched through Medina's gates, crowds lined the streets to see the man who had saved Islam's army from annihilation. But the recognition that mattered most came from the Prophet Muhammad himself. As Khalid dismounted from his horse and approached to give his report, Muhammad's words rang out across the assembled crowd. "You are indeed safe. Allah, Al-Maslaw, the drawn sword of God." The title would follow Khalid for the rest of his life, but more than that, it marked his complete transformation from Islam's greatest enemy to its most celebrated champion. The man who had once threatened to destroy the Muslim community at Uhud had now proven he could save it from complete disaster. The strategic impact of Mu'tah extended far beyond the preservation of a single army. Khalid's performance demonstrated that Islamic forces could not only survive contact with the great powers of the age, but could outfight them. Through superior tactics and leadership, Christian Arab tribes throughout the region, who had been waiting to see whether Islam was strong enough to challenge Byzantine dominance, began sending delegations to Medina. More importantly for Khalid, personally, Mu'tah established his credentials as a Muslim commander. The warriors who had followed him in his impossible escape would form the core of the armies that would conquer Iraq and Syria. They had seen their commander's genius firsthand, and their absolute confidence in his leadership would prove decisive in future campaigns. The price of genius. But Khalid's triumph at Mu'tah came at a personal cost that would haunt him for the rest of his career. Of the 3,000 warriors who had marched north from Medina, barely 2,000 returned. Among the dead were some of Islam's most beloved figures: Adian Haritha, the Prophet's adopted son; Ja'far ibn Abi Talib, whose eloquence had once moved kings; Abdullah ibn Rawaha, whose poetry had inspired generations of fighters. Khalid had saved the army, but he couldn't save his fellow commanders. The burden of leadership, knowing that his tactical brilliance came at the cost of other men's lives, was a weight he would carry throughout his subsequent campaigns. It was the beginning of his understanding that military genius was both a gift and a curse. The Battle of Mu'tah established the template for Khalid's entire career. Impossible odds, overcome through tactical innovation, psychological warfare, and sheer force of personality. But it also established the pattern of his relationships with other commanders: respect mixed with unease, admiration tempered by the knowledge that following Khalid ibn al Walid meant accepting that victory often came at a terrible price. As the dust settled on the battlefield of Mu'tah, and the last Byzantine soldiers disappeared over the horizon, Khalid ibn al Walid stood alone on the desert sand that had nearly become Islam's graveyard. He had proven that his conversion was genuine, his loyalty absolute, and his military genius undiminished. The drawn sword of God had been baptized in fire, and it had emerged sharper than ever. The young religion of Islam had found its champion, and the world would never be the same. The Desert Lightning Conquest of Arabia, June 8th, 632 CE. The Prophet Muhammad was dead within hours of his death. The fragile unity he had forged across the Arabian Peninsula began to fracture like a dried riverbed in the desert sun. Tribal delegations that had only recently sworn allegiance to Islam packed their tents and melted back into the vast emptiness of the desert. Some simply stopped paying zakat, the religious tax that funded the Muslim state. Others went further, declaring their allegiance to rival prophets who promised easier terms and greater autonomy in Medina. Abu Bakr, the Prophet's closest companion, and now the first Caliph of Islam, stood in the same room where Muhammad had breathed his last and watched his life's work crumble in real time. Messengers arrived hourly with news of fresh rebellions. The Banu Hanifa tribe had rallied behind Musaylima, a charismatic leader who claimed to be a prophet equal to Muhammad. The Banu Asad had crowned Tullah ibn al Walid as their leader and renounced Islam entirely. Even the holy cities of Mecca and Medina were surrounded by hostile tribes. Islam, which had seemed destined to conquer the world just days earlier, now struggled to survive its first week without its founder. But Abu Bakr had a weapon that no other leader in Arabia possessed: Khalid ibn al Walid, the drawn sword of God. The man who had saved Islam at Mu'tah was about to forge it in fire across the entire Arabian Peninsula. The impossible choice, the crisis facing Abu Bakr, was unlike anything in human history. Never before had a major world religion lost its founder while still in its infancy. The political and spiritual implications were staggering. If Islam could not maintain control over its birthplace, how could it claim divine mandate? Tribes could abandon the faith with impunity. What message would that send to potential converts in Syria, Iraq, or Egypt? But the practical military situation was even more dire. The Muslim army that had seemed so formidable under Muhammad's leadership was suddenly scattered across 1,000 different tribal conflicts. Units that had fought together at Mu'tah now found themselves facing each other across battle lines. Drawn by ancient tribal rivalries, Abu Bakr's advisors counseled caution. "Consolidate what we can hold," they urged. "Negotiate with the reasonable tribal leaders. Offer concessions to prevent the rebellion from spreading." It was sound political advice from experienced men who understood Arabian tribal dynamics. Abu Bakr rejected it completely. "By Allah," the elderly caliph declared, his voice carrying the steel that had made him Muhammad's most trusted companion. If they refuse to pay even a single camel as zakat that they paid to the Prophet, I will fight them for it. It was a declaration of total war against apostasy, and it would require a general capable of waging such a war. There was only one choice: the lightning. Unleashed Khalid ibn al Walid received his orders in the courtyard of the Prophet's mosque, the same place where he had first accepted Islam just 3 years earlier. But the man who knelt before Abu Bakr was no longer the uncertain convert seeking redemption. The Battle of Mu'tah had transformed him into something far more dangerous, a military commander with absolute confidence in his abilities and unshakable faith in his cause. Go, Abu Bakr commanded, and let no tribe in Arabia doubt the strength of Islam. What followed would become known as the Ridda Wars, the Apostasy Wars, but that clinical term barely captures the whirlwind of destruction and psychological warfare that Khalid unleashed across the peninsula. This wasn't merely military conquest. It was the systematic dismantling of tribal independence and its replacement with Islamic unity, achieved through a combination of tactical brilliance and calculated terror. Khalid's first target was the Zira, a minor tribe that had recently stopped paying zakat. Their rebellion seemed insignificant compared to the larger threats facing Islam. But Khalid understood something that his enemies did not. In tribal warfare, perception mattered more than reality. Every successful rebellion encouraged 10 more. Every crushing defeat prevented 100. The Zarara warriors woke one morning to find their camp surrounded by Muslim cavalry that had appeared out of the desert. Night like jinn. There had been no sound of approaching horses, no warning from sentries, no opportunity to prepare defenses. One moment they were sleeping peacefully in their tents. The next, they were fighting for their lives against an enemy that seemed to have materialized from thin air. The battle lasted less than an hour. When the desert wind finally cleared the dust and smoke, not a single Zarara warrior remained alive. Their women and children were spared. Khalid was ruthless, not genocidal, but the message was unmistakable. This was the fate awaiting any tribe that chose rebellion over submission. But Khalid's genius lay not in the brutality of his victory, but in its speed. Before news of the Zarara massacre had even reached neighboring tribes, his cavalry was already striking the Ghatafan Confederation 50 miles to the north. Then the Avs, then the Sulaim. Each attack came without warning. Each victory was total. And each tribe that survived learned the same lesson. Resistance was futile. The magician of the deserts. Reports of Khalid's campaign reached tribal councils. Across Arabia, a new kind of fear began to spread, not just of Islamic military power, but of Khalid himself. Warriors who had spent their lives raiding across the desert swore they had seen impossible things. Khalid's army appearing in 3 different locations on the same day. Cavalry charges emerging from solid rock faces. Battle cries echoing from empty wadis where no Muslim force could possibly be hiding. The truth was more mundane, but no less impressive. Khalid had developed a system of warfare perfectly adapted to the Arabian environment. His forces moved exclusively at night, navigating by stars that he knew better than any Bedouin guide. They carried minimal supplies, living off what they could capture from defeated enemies. Most importantly, they moved in small, independent units that could converge for major battles or scatter to avoid pursuit. But the key to Khalid's success was psychological rather than tactical. He had realized that Arabian tribal warfare was fundamentally different from the set-piece battles he had fought against the Byzantines. Here, the goal wasn't to destroy enemy armies, was to destroy enemy will to resist. Every dramatic victory, every impossible march, every demonstration of superior speed and coordination undermined tribal confidence and made the next battle easier. The climax of this psychological campaign came at the Battle of Tukish, where Khalid faced a coalition of rebel tribes that outnumbered his forces 3-1. Traditional military wisdom suggested a defensive battle, perhaps even a tactical withdrawal. Instead, Khalid ordered a night attack against the enemy camp. His warriors struck just before dawn, when human alertness is at its lowest ebb. But this wasn't a typical raid, it was theater. Khalid had positioned small units of cavalry around the entire perimeter of the enemy camp, each carrying torches and making as much noise as possible. To the awakening tribal warriors, it seemed as though they were surrounded by an army of thousands. The psychological impact was devastating. Veteran fighters who had never known fear in single combat fled in panic from an enemy they couldn't see or count. By sunrise, the coalition had dissolved. Its leaders scattered to the 4 winds, and its warriors streaming back to their home territories with tales of Khalid's supernatural abilities. The prophet of false promises, but Khalid's greatest test was yet to come. In the fertile region of Najd, the Banu Hanifa tribe had rallied behind Musaylama ibn Habib, a charismatic leader who claimed to be a prophet in his own right. Unlike the other rebel leaders, who were essentially tribal chiefs seeking independence, Musaylama represented something far more dangerous, an alternative vision of Arabian religion that could potentially replace Islam entirely. Musaylama was everything that made a false prophet appealing. He was eloquent, promising his followers easier religious obligations than Islam demanded. He was politically astute, offering tribal autonomy while maintaining spiritual unity. Most dangerously, he was militarily competent, having transformed the Banu Hanifa into a disciplined fighting force that had already defeated several Muslim expeditions. When Khalid's scouts brought him reports of Musalima's stronghold at Yamama, even the drawn sword of God must have felt a moment of doubt. The Banu Hanifa had fortified themselves in a city with walls, wells, and months of supplies. They commanded the loyalty of surrounding tribes and could field an army nearly as large as Khalid's entire force. This wouldn't be another lightning raid against surprised nomads. This would be a siege, the kind of prolonged warfare where Khalid's advantages in speed and surprise meant nothing. But Khalid had learned something crucial during his years of conquest. The greatest victories came not from avoiding difficult battles, but from turning them into the kind of battles you wanted to fight. If Musalima wanted a siege, Khalid would give him something entirely different. The Garden of Death, Thabal of Yamama, began at dawn on a day when the desert wind carried the scent of death. Khalid had spent weeks maneuvering his forces around Musalima's stronghold, not to lay siege, but to force a field battle. He raided supply convoys, cut off water sources, and harassed foraging parties until the Banu Hanifa had no choice but to emerge from their fortifications and fight. When the two armies finally faced each other on the plain before Yamama, it seemed like an even match. Both forces numbered roughly 10,000 warriors. Both were led by commanders with legendary reputations. Both fought for causes they believed were divinely ordained. The battle that followed would be remembered as one of the most brutal in Arabian history. Unlike Khalid's previous victories, which had been won through maneuver and psychology, this was a grinding test of pure fighting ability. The Banu Hanifa warriors, defending their prophet and their way of life, fought with desperate courage. Muslim forces, carrying the banner of the true faith, matched them blow for blow. For hours, the outcome remained in doubt. Musalima's voice could be heard across the battlefield, encouraging his warriors with promises of paradise under his prophethood. Khalid's tactical brilliance met its match in the desperate fury of men fighting for their survival. The turning point came when Khalid made a decision that revealed both his military genius and his understanding of Arabian psychology. Rather than continuing the frontal assault, he ordered a feigned retreat, not the tactical withdrawal he had perfected at Muta, but an apparent rout that drew the Banu Hanifa warriors into a garden outside the city walls. What followed became known as the Garden of Death, as Musalima's warriors pursued what they believed was a defeated enemy. They found themselves trapped in an enclosed space where their numbers became a disadvantage rather than an asset. Khalid's fleeing troops suddenly turned and fought with their backs to garden walls, while fresh Muslim units sealed the entrances. The slaughter was methodical and complete. When the last Banu Hanifa warrior fell, Musaylima himself lay dead among them, his body riddled with spear wounds and his dreams of prophethood buried in the blood-soaked earth of his stronghold. The unification, the death of Musaylima, marked the end of serious resistance to Islamic authority in Arabia. But Khalid's work was far from finished. The scattered remnants of the rebel tribes still had to be hunted down, their leaders captured or killed, and their populations integrated into the Islamic State. This required a different kind of warfare, not the dramatic battles that had broken enemy morale, but the patient, systematic consolidation that would ensure lasting peace. Over the following months, Khalid's forces spread across the peninsula like a net, gathering in every rebel leader who had escaped previous battles. Others fought to the end, preferring death to surrender. All received the same message. Islam was not merely the dominant power in Arabia. It was the only power. But Khalid's greatest achievement during the Ridda Wars was administrative. As he conquered rebel territories, he didn't simply destroy their leadership and move on. Instead, he carefully integrated tribal structures into the Islamic system, appointing new leaders who were both loyal to Islam and respected by their own people. Former enemies became provincial governors. Rebel warriors were recruited into Muslim armies. The tribal confederation that had threatened to destroy Islam became the foundation of its military expansion. By the time the last rebel stronghold surrendered in early 633 CE, Khalid had achieved something unprecedented in Arabian history: true political unity across the entire peninsula. For the first time since the legendary kingdoms of ancient Yemen, a single authority controlled the trade routes, oases, and tribal territories from the Red Sea to the Persian Gulf, the forge of empire. But the Ridda Wars had accomplished something even more significant than political unification. They had transformed the Arabian Peninsula into a military forge where the armies of Islamic conquests were tempered and shaped. The warriors who had fought under Khalid's command during these campaigns would form the backbone of the forces that conquered Iraq, Syria, Egypt, and Persia. They had learned to fight as Muslims rather than tribesmen, to follow strategic objectives rather than personal glory, and to trust in commanders who valued victory over individual heroism. More importantly, they had learned to fight under Khalid ibn al Walid, and that experience made them different from any other army in the world. They had seen their commander achieve impossible victories through superior tactics, psychological warfare, and sheer force of will. When they later faced the professional armies of the Byzantine and Sassanid empires. They carried with them the absolute confidence that comes from following an undefeated general. The speed of Khalid's campaign had also sent shockwaves throughout the Middle East. Foreign observers who had expected Islam to collapse after Muhammad's death instead witnessed the rapid consolidation of Arabian power under a commander whose reputation grew with each victory. Byzantine and Persian intelligence reports spoke of a new kind of warfare emerging from the desert, faster, more flexible, and more psychologically sophisticated than anything they had encountered. As Khalid stood in the courtyard of the Prophet's mosque in Medina, receiving Abu Bakr's congratulations on the successful conclusion of the Ridda Wars, he could look back on 18 months of near-constant campaigning that had reshaped the political landscape of an entire region. The scattered tribes that had threatened to tear Islam apart were now united under a single banner. The military force that would soon challenge the great powers of the age was ready for deployment. The drawn sword of God had forged Arabia in the fire of conquest, and now it was time to turn that weapon against the wider world. The desert lightning that had struck so suddenly and devastatingly across the peninsula was about to illuminate the skies above Iraq, Syria, and beyond. The age of Islamic conquest was about to begin, and Khalid ibn al Walid was its architect. The impossible march, conquest of Iraq's year was 634 CE in the gardens of Ctesiphon, the magnificent capital of the Sassanid Empire. Courtiers whispered behind silk curtains about disturbing reports from the western frontier. Arab raiders, the same desert nomads who had always been more nuisance than threat, were conducting unusually coordinated attacks along the Euphrates. But these weren't random tribal raids. These bore the hallmarks of systematic military strategy. What the Sassanid court didn't know was that Khalid ibn al Walid, the drawn sword of God, was about to attempt something that would be remembered as one of the most audacious military campaigns in history. He was going to march an army across a waterless wasteland that even the Bedouins called the empty quarter of death, appear behind enemy lines where no army had ever traveled, and conquer the richest province of the Persian Empire before they realized he was there. The conquest of Iraq wasn't just another military campaign, it was Khalid's masterclass in strategic thinking, a demonstration that would establish him as perhaps the greatest tactical mind of the medieval world, the gateway to empire. To understand the magnitude of Khalid's achievement, one must first understand what Iraq represented in the 7th century. This wasn't the war-torn region of modern times, but the beating heart of Persian civilization. Mesopotamia, the land between the rivers, was where agriculture had been invented, where writing had first been developed, where the concept of empire itself had been born. For over 4 centuries, Iraq had been the westernmost jewel of the Sassanid Empire, a land of impossible wealth that funded Persian wars from India to Byzantium. The irrigation canals that crisscrossed the region produced grain that fed millions. The cities along the Tigris and Euphrates rivers were centers of learning and culture that made Arabian settlements look like villages. The tax revenue from Iraq alone could field armies larger than the entire Muslim community. More strategically, Iraq was the gateway to Persia itself. Control the river valleys, and you controlled the routes that Persian armies used to project power westward. Lose Iraq, and the Sassanid Empire would be cut off from its Syrian and Arabian frontiers, forced to fight a defensive war with the richest source of revenue gone. The Persian High Command understood this perfectly. They had stationed some of their most experienced generals in Iraq, backed by garrisons of elite troops and supported by Arab auxiliary forces who knew the local terrain intimately. The fortified cities along the rivers were considered impregnable, their walls having withstood sieges by Roman legions and Hunnic hordes. But the Persians had made one critical miscalculation. They had prepared for an invasion from the west, the traditional route that every previous conqueror had taken. They hadn't prepared for an enemy who would ignore military orthodoxy and attempt the impossible, the march. That couldn't be done in the spring of 634. While Persian generals watched the established caravan routes for signs of Muslim attack, Khalid ibn al Walid was studying maps in his tent near the town of Kazima, on the edge of the Arabian desert. What he was contemplating violated every principle of desert warfare that had been learned over centuries of tribal conflict. The direct route from Arabia to central Iraq led across the Dana Deserta stretch of waterless wasteland, so hostile that even Bedouin guides refused to cross it. The few wells were separated by days of marching through sand that could blind horses and men alike. The temperatures during the day could kill through heat stroke. The cold at night could freeze. Water in leather bags. Even if an army somehow survived the crossing, they would arrive at their destination exhausted and demoralized, facing fresh troops fighting on familiar ground. It was, by any rational military analysis, suicide. God spent weeks in preparation for his impossible march, and those preparations revealed the depth of his strategic thinking. He didn't simply decide to cross the desert and hope for the best. He engineered solutions to problems that never been solved before. The water problem was the most critical. A marching army required thousands of gallons per day, and the desert offered none. Khalid's solution was both brilliant and brutal. He assembled a supply train of camels, unlike anything the Arabian Peninsula had ever seen. But these weren't ordinary pack camels loaded with water skins. Khalid had his men kill old, weak camels and fill their stomach cavities with water, then sew them shut. The marching army would be followed by a grotesque caravan of dead animals serving as mobile reservoirs. The navigation problem was solved through his recruitment of the few Bedouin guides who claimed knowledge of the deep desert routes. But Khalid didn't simply trust their expertise, he forced them to travel at the head of the column, making their own survival dependent on the accuracy of their guidance. The morale problem. The psychological challenge of marching into apparent certain death was addressed through Khalid's mastery of leadership psychology. He didn't hide the dangers from his men. Instead, he convinced them that attempting the impossible was exactly what made them different from ordinary soldiers. They weren't just conquering territory. They were proving that Muslim warriors could achieve what no army in history had attempted. Into the heart of emptiness, the departure from Kazima in late spring 634 marked the beginning of one of the most extraordinary military movements in history. Khalid's army, approximately 9,000 cavalry and support troops, vanished into the desert like a mirage in reverse. Persian scouts watching the frontier simply noted that Muslim raids had stopped. The silence was interpreted as preparation for attacks elsewhere. What followed was 18 days of hell. The first week tested the army's physical endurance as temperatures soared above 120 degrees Fahrenheit during the day. Men wrapped their faces in cloth and rode with their eyes nearly closed, trusting their horses to follow the tracks of the riders ahead. The camels carrying the grotesque water supply began to die from the heat, but their deaths only provided more water for the surviving troops. The second week brought the psychological test, as the familiar landmarks of the Arabian frontier disappeared behind them, and the promised landmarks of Iraq failed to appear ahead. Soldiers began to whisper that they had been led into a trap of their own making. The desert seemed infinite, unchanging, offering no evidence that they were making progress toward anything but their own deaths. It was during this crisis of confidence that Khalid demonstrated the leadership qualities that made him irreplaceable. Rather than pushing his men harder, he called frequent halts to rest and pray together. He shared the same rations as the lowest drinking soldier, drank from the same polluted water sources, and slept on the same burning sand. When men began to question whether the march was madness, Khalid's presence provided the answer. If the drawn sword of God believed they would reach Iraq, then they would reach Iraq. The third week brought vindication. On the horizon, shimmering in the desert heat, appeared the first signs of human civilization. Palm trees marking and oasis, then irrigation canals, then the unmistakable green of cultivated fields. They had done the impossible, crossed a wasteland that had defeated every previous attempt. But more importantly, they had achieved complete strategic surprise. Persian garrisons along the Euphrates were still watching the western approaches, expecting Muslim attacks from the predictable directions. The idea that an army could appear from the deep desert was so impossible that it hadn't been prepared for. The shock of the impossible, the first Persian commander to encounter Khalid's army emerging from the desert, reportedly refused to believe his scouts' reports. The idea that Muslim forces could have crossed the Dana was so absurd that he assumed the men were suffering from heat-induced hallucinations. Only when Muslim cavalry began raiding his supply convoys did the reality sink in. Somehow, impossibly, the enemy had outflanked the entire Persian defensive system. The psychological impact of Khalid's desert crossing extended far beyond its immediate tactical advantages. Word spread through the Persian military hierarchy that the Muslims possessed supernatural powers. How else could they traverse landscapes that even demons avoided? This wasn't just tactical surprise, it was psychological. Warfare on a scale that the ancient world had never seen. Khalid understood this perfectly, and he exploited it ruthlessly. Rather than immediately laying siege to major cities, he conducted a series of lightning raids that seemed to demonstrate his army's ability to appear anywhere at any time. Persian garrisons would receive reports of Muslim attacks on towns hundreds of miles apart on the same day, leading to rumors that Khalid commanded jinn who could fly through the air. The truth was more mundane, but equally effective. Khalid had divided his force into multiple columns that moved independently but in coordination. While one column attacked a target in the north, another would strike in the south, creating the illusion of multiple armies. Persian commanders, already demoralized by the impossible desert crossing, began to see Muslim forces everywhere. This psychological campaign culminated in Khalid's most audacious stroke. He sent envoys to Persian commanders demanding their surrender and offering them terms that were almost insultingly generous. The message was clear. He was so confident of victory that he was willing to show mercy to enemies who submitted without a fight. The iron chains of victory, the decisive engagement of Khalid's Iraqi campaign, came at the Battle of Zat as-Salasilza. Battle of Chains, where he faced Hormuz, one of Persia's most celebrated generals. Hormuz had earned his reputation through victories against Arab tribes and Byzantine forces, and he commanded an army that included the elite Persian heavy cavalry that had dominated Middle Eastern battlefields for centuries. But Hormuz made a crucial error in psychological warfare. Seeking to demonstrate his confidence in victory, he ordered his frontline troops to chain themselves together, making retreat impossible. The message to his own forces was clear: they would win or die. The message to Khalid was equally clear. This was not a commander who could be intimidated. Khalid's response revealed the evolution of his tactical thinking since his conversion to Islam. The man who had once relied primarily on cavalry charges and personal courage now demonstrated a comprehensive understanding of combined arms warfare that was centuries ahead of its time. The battle began with Khalid's archers targeting the chained Persian infantry, who couldn't maneuver to avoid the arrows. As Persian casualties mounted, Hormuz ordered his heavy cavalry to charge the Muslim center. This was the moment that Persian tactics had worked for centuries. The thunderous charge of armored horsemen that shattered enemy formations. Instead, Khalid revealed his innovation. He had trained his infantry to work in coordination with his cavalry in ways that the Persian military establishment had never encountered. As the Persian heavy cavalry charged, Muslim infantry opened gaps in their lines, allowing the enemy to penetrate deeply into their formation. Then, like a trap snapping shut, the gaps closed behind the advancing Persians. What followed was a massacre that would be remembered for its systematic brutality. The chained Persian infantry, unable to retreat, were methodically cut down by Muslim swordsmen. The Persian cavalry, trapped within the Muslim formation, found themselves fighting isolated actions against overwhelming numbers. Hormuz himself died in single combat with Khalid, personal duel that became legendary throughout the Islamic world. The Persian general's death broke the morale of his remaining forces, leading to a collapse that turned an orderly battle into a rout. The aftermath of the Battle of Chains established Khalid's reputation for calculated brutality that would precede his armies throughout his subsequent campaigns. He ordered the bodies of slain Persian soldiers to be stacked into pyramids as a warning to other commanders who might resist Muslim conquest. The psychological impact was immediate, and devastating Persian garrisons throughout Iraq began abandoning their positions without waiting for siege. The wealth of civilizations, as Persian resistance crumbled. Khalid's forces advanced into the heartland of Iraqi civilization, and what they encountered challenged every assumption they had about wealth and power. The Arabian Peninsula, for all its strategic importance, was fundamentally a poor region where survival itself was an achievement. Iraq was something entirely different, a land of such abundance that it redefined what conquest could mean. The first major city to fall was Ula, whose surrender revealed treasures that exceeded the combined wealth of all Arabian tribes. Persian. Nobles had fled so quickly that they left behind palaces filled with silk tapestries, golden vessels, and libraries containing books written in languages that the conquerors couldn't even identify. Muslim soldiers who had considered a good sword and reliable camel the height of luxury found themselves guardians of art collections and scientific instruments whose value they couldn't comprehend. But Khalid's true genius revealed itself in how he handled this cultural shock. Rather than allowing his army to dissolve into a mob of looters, he imposed strict discipline on the distribution of captured wealth. Every valuable item was catalogued and divided according to Islamic law, with prescribed shares going to the soldiers, their commanders, and the broader Muslim community. More importantly, Khalid recognized that conquest was meaningless without administration. The wealth of Iraq wasn't just in its accumulated treasures, but in its ongoing productivity, the irrigation systems that supported millions of people, the trade networks that connected India to Byzantium, the agricultural techniques that had been refined over millennia, rather than simply destroying Persian administrative systems. Khalid adapted them. Persian bureaucrats who submitted to Muslim rule were allowed to continue their functions under new management. The tax collection system that had funded Persian armies was redirected to fund Muslim expansion. The irrigation networks that supported Persian agriculture were maintained to support Muslim settlers. This administrative genius was perhaps Khalid's most important innovation. Previous conquerors had often won battles, but failed to build lasting empires because they couldn't transition from destruction to construction. Khalid demonstrated that the same strategic thinking that won battles could be applied to the far more complex challenge of governing conquered territories. The foundation of empire, the conquest of Iraq under Khalid's leadership, established patterns that would characterize Islamic expansion for centuries. Rather than simply imposing Arabian culture on conquered territories, the Muslims adapted to local conditions while maintaining their religious and military identity. Persian engineers continued to maintain the irrigation systems, but they did so under Muslim supervision and according to Islamic legal principles. Persian merchants continued to operate their trading networks, but they paid taxes to Muslim administrators and operated under Islamic commercial law. Persian scholars continued their intellectual work, but they did so in an environment where Islamic theology was the dominant intellectual framework. This synthesis created something entirely new in world history and empire that combined Arabian military prowess with Persian administrative expertise and local cultural knowledge. The wealth that Khalid's conquest extracted from Iraq funded the subsequent conquests of Syria and Egypt, but more importantly, provide the administrative template for managing those conquests. The speed of Khalid's success in Iraq also demonstrated the strategic importance of psychological warfare in an age of limited communication. By the time Persian High Command in Ctesiphon fully understood what was happening in their western provinces, Khalid had already established Muslim control over the region's key cities and transportation networks. Persian forces sent to recapture lost territory found themselves fighting an enemy that controlled local supply lines and enjoyed the passive cooperation of populations that had concluded Muslim rule was inevitable. The price of genius, but Khalid's triumph in Iraq also revealed the personal costs of his leadership style. The systematic brutality that made his psychological warfare so effective, the Pyramid of Skulls after the Battle of Chains. The exemplary executions of commanders who resisted surrender, the calculated destruction of cities that defied Muslim authority, created enemies that would outlast his military victories. Persian noble families who escaped the conquest carried grudges that would influence anti-Muslim resistance for generations. Christian communities who had initially welcomed Muslim conquest as liberation from Persian religious persecution began to question whether their new rulers were any more tolerant than their old ones. Even within the Muslim community, some began to wonder whether Khalid's methods were consistent with the merciful principles that Islam claimed to represent. These concerns would eventually contribute to his removal from command. But during the Iraqi campaign, they were overshadowed by the sheer scale of his achievements. In less than 2 years, Khalid had conquered a region that had resisted Roman legions for centuries, extracted wealth that transformed the economic foundation of the Islamic State, and established administrative systems that would govern the region for centuries to come. As Khalid prepared to leave Iraq for his next assignment, the conquest of Syria, he could look back on a campaign that had exceeded every rational expectation. He had proven that the impossible march could be accomplished, that Persian military superiority was an illusion, and that Muslim conquest could create lasting administrative structures rather than temporary destruction. The desert crossing that had begun his Iraqi campaign had been a gamble that risked the destruction of his entire army. The administrative systems he left behind were the foundation of an empire that would stretch from Spain to India. The drawn sword of God had conquered not just territory, but the future itself. The greatest gamble, the march to Syria, the message that arrived at Khalid's headquarters in Hira was written in blood. Not literally, but the desperate urgency of its words painted a picture darker than any battlefield carnage. Abu Bakr's letter was brief, almost terse in its desperation. The Muslim armies in Syria face annihilation. You must come immediately. Bring everything. It was the spring of 636 CE, and Khalid ibn al Walid had just completed what many considered impossible, the conquest of Sassanid Iraq. The richest province of the Persian Empire lay in ruins behind him. Its cities surrendered. Its armies scattered. Gold flowed into the Muslim treasury like water, and veteran soldiers spoke in hushed tones of the wealth beyond imagination that Khalid had delivered to the faithful. But now, Abu Bakr was asking him to abandon it all, to leave behind the fruits of 2 years of brilliant campaigning and march across 800 miles of waterless desert to save a failing campaign in Syria. It was, by any reasonable military calculation, madness. Khalid stared at the letter for a long moment, then looked up at his assembled commanders. These were men who had followed him through the hellfire of the Ridda Wars, who had watched him break the Sassanid Empire like a child's toy. Their faces showed the same mixture of disbelief and growing excitement that he felt in his own chest. "Gentlemen," he said quietly, "we're going to do something that will either make us legends or get us all killed. Probably both." The trap tightens to understand the magnitude of what Khalid was about to attempt. One must first grasp the catastrophic situation unfolding in Syria. What had begun as a coordinated Muslim invasion of the Levant had degenerated into a series of isolated sieges and desperate holding actions. 4 separate Muslim armies, each commanded by competent generals, found themselves scattered across a hostile landscape, facing the concentrated might of the Byzantine Empire. Emperor Heraclius, the military genius who had defeated the Sassanids and reclaimed the true cross, had finally awakened to the Muslim threat. This wasn't some frontier skirmish to be handled by local governors. This was an existential threat to the Byzantine heartland. The emperor had assembled the largest army in Byzantine history. Nearly 150,000 professional soldiers, including the legendary Scalae Palatine, the elite guard units that had never known defeat. But numbers were only part of the Byzantine advantage. Heraclius had also demonstrated strategic brilliance in his deployment. Rather than meeting the Muslim forces in a single decisive battle, he had allowed them to scatter across Syria's fortified cities, then systematically cut their supply lines and isolated each army. One by one, the Muslim commanders found themselves trapped in siege war for exactly the kind of grinding, attritional combat where Byzantine advantages in numbers and equipment would prove decisive. Abu Ubaidah ibn al Jarrah, the overall Muslim commander in Syria, faced an impossible situation. His main force was trapped in Damascus, surrounded by vastly superior numbers. To the south, Amr ibn al-As found himself besieged in Gaza. To the north, Shurabil ibn Hassana was pinned down at Basra. Each army was strong enough to hold its position temporarily, but none was powerful enough to break out and support the others. Worse still, Caius had begun recruiting from the local Christian Arab tribes. These warriors knew the terrain intimately and had generations of experience fighting the Muslim raiders who had been probing Byzantine defenses for years. They could track Muslim movements, predict their tactics, and guide Byzantine forces through terrain that the invaders considered impenetrable. The strategic picture was clear to every military mind in the region. The Muslim conquest of Syria was doomed. All that remained was to determine how many Byzantine casualties the Muslims would inflict before their inevitable defeat. The audacious decision, Khalid's response to Abu Bakr's desperate plea, violated every principle of conventional military wisdom. Logic dictated that if Syrian campaign was failing, the solution was to reinforce it, gradually, perhaps send a few thousand troops along established supply routes, or coordinate a limited offensive to relieve pressure on one of the besieged cities. Instead, Khalid proposed to abandon the entire Iraqi conquest. Every soldier, every piece of equipment, every ounce of treasure won through 2 years of brilliant campaigning would be loaded onto camels and marched across the Syrian desert. He would take his entire army, nearly 10,000 battle-hardened veterans, and an 800-mile journey through terrain so hostile that even Bedouin guides avoided it except in the direst emergencies. The reaction from his subordinates was immediate and predictable. "My lord," one of his senior commanders ventured, "the desert between Iraq and Syria is known as the land of no return. There are stretches where no water can be found for a week's march. Even if we survive the journey, we'll arrive exhausted and dehydrated, hardly fit to fight." Another commander raised the obvious strategic objection. "If we abandon Iraq, the Sassanids will immediately reoccupy everything we've conquered. 2 years of campaigning will be lost in 2 weeks." But Khalid had already thought through these objections, and his response revealed the strategic genius that set him apart from every other commander of his age. "Iraq will still be there when we return," he said calmly. "The Sassanid Empire is broken. They lack the strength to hold Iraq against us permanently. But if we lose Syria, we lose everything. The Byzantines will use it as a base to reconquer Iraq, Egypt, even Arabia itself. This isn't about choosing between 2 campaigns. This is about choosing between victory and defeat." The logic was unassailable, but the risks were staggering. Khalid was proposing to gamble the entire Muslim position in Mesopotamia on a march that might kill his army before it ever reached the enemy. Preparations for the impossible what happened next demonstrated why Khalid ibn al Walid never lost a battle in over 100 engagements. Where other commanders saw impossible obstacles, he saw logistical problems to be solved through meticulous planning and innovative thinking. The first challenge was water. The Syrian desert contained vast stretches where natural water sources were separated by distances that would normally require multiple days of travel. Traditional military doctrine held that armies could not cross such terrain because the water requirements for thousands of men and horses would exceed any baggage trains carrying capacity. Khalid's solution was characteristically audacious. He would create artificial water sources by driving herds of thirsty camels to the edge of the desert, allowing them to drink their fill, then slaughtering them at strategic points along his route. The camel meat would provide food while there. Stomach contents would provide emergency water reserves. It was brutal, wasteful, and absolutely brilliant. But water was only the beginning of his logistical innovations. The desert's extreme temperature variations, scorching heat by day, freezing cold by night required specialized equipment and tactics that no army had ever attempted on this scale. Khalid ordered his armorers to modify traditional Islamic chainmail, reducing weight while maintaining protection. He organized his baggage trains to carry specific loads of food calculated to provide maximum nutrition with minimum weight. Most importantly, he restructured his entire army for desert warfare. Traditional Islamic military formations, designed for the mobile warfare of the Arabian Peninsula, were modified to provide maximum efficiency during long marches across trackless terrain. Each unit was given specific responsibilities for navigation, security, and logistics, with backup plans if key personnel were lost to heat exhaustion or other hazards. The March of Legends on a blazing morning in late spring, 6 CE, Khalid ibn al Walid's army disappeared into the Syrian desert like a mirage in reverse. One moment they were camped outside Hira, a conventional military force with all the normal accoutrements of campaigning soldiers. The next, they had vanished into a landscape so hostile that Byzantine reconnaissance didn't even attempt to follow them. What followed was 18 days of the most grueling military movement in recorded history. Khalid had divided his force into multiple columns, each following a slightly different route to minimize the strain on water sources and reduce the risk of catastrophic loss if one column was destroyed. He himself moved between the columns, maintaining morale through his personal presence while ensuring that his tactical innovations were properly implemented. The first crisis came on the fourth day. One of his advanced scouts reported that a critical water source marked on their maps had dried up. In the scorching heat of the Syrian desert, this should have been a death sentence for hundreds of men. Instead, Khalid implemented one of his most macabre innovations: the systematic slaughter of water-laden camels to provide emergency hydration for his troops. The psychological impact of watching their commander order the killing of valuable animals. To keep them alive was profound. These weren't pampered soldiers on a routine march. They were participants in something unprecedented, led by a man who would sacrifice anything to ensure their survival. By the 8th day, the army was moving. Like a single organism adapted to its hostile environment, soldiers had learned to wrap their weapons and equipment to protect them from sand infiltration. They marched in the pre-dawn darkness, rested during the scorching midday heat, and resumed their advance in the evening. Water discipline was absolute. Every drop was accounted for, rationed, and preserved. But the most remarkable aspect of the march was its secrecy. Khalid had chosen a route so difficult that Byzantine intelligence assumed no army could possibly traverse it, while Heraclius deployed his forces to guard the obvious approaches to Syriatha coastal roads. The river valleys, the traditional invasion routes. Khalid's army moved through terrain considered impassable. The ghost army appears in the 18th day of their march. Khalid's scouts brought him news that must have seemed too good to be true. They had reached the Syrian frontier, and Byzantine forces were nowhere to be seen. More incredibly, they were positioned behind the main Byzantine army, which was still deployed to guard against an attack from the expected direction. The strategic situation had been completely reversed. Heraclius had concentrated his forces to contain the trapped Muslim armies, never imagining that a fresh force of 10,000 battle-hardened veterans could appear in his rear. The Byzantines, who had been the hunters, suddenly found themselves the hunted. But Khalid's greatest triumph was yet to come. Rather than immediately revealing his presence through attacks on Byzantine supply lines, he used his unexpected position to coordinate with the trapped Muslim armies. Secret messengers carried his plans to Abu Ubaidah, Amr ibn al and the other commanders. For the first time since the Syrian campaign began, the scattered Muslim forces would fight as a unified army. The psychological impact on Byzantine forces was devastating when Khalid finally revealed himself. Soldiers who had been confident of victory suddenly found themselves facing an enemy they thought was 800 miles away. The impossible desert march became the subject of terrified whispers throughout the Byzantine camp. How had an entire army crossed terrain that their own guides considered suicidal? Was Khalid ibn al Walid truly human, or was he some supernatural force sent to destroy them? The Valley of Decision, the convergence of Muslim forces near the Yarmouk River, created one of history's most decisive strategic moments. Heraclius, recognizing that his careful plans had been shattered by Khalid's appearance, was forced to choose between retreat and a final, desperate battle. His advantages in numbers remained overwhelming. Nearly 150,000 Byzantine troops against perhaps 40,000 Muslims. His strategic position had been compromised by an enemy who seemed capable of defying the laws of nature. The emperor chose to fight, and in doing so, he played directly into Khalid's hands. The terrain around Yarmouk was perfect for the kind of mobile warfare at which Islamic forces excelled. More importantly, the psychological momentum had shifted decisively. Byzantine soldiers who had begun the campaign confident of easy victory now faced an enemy commander who had just accomplished the impossible. Khalid's deployment at Yarmouk demonstrated the tactical innovations that would make him the most studied general in military history. He arranged his forces in a formation that appeared conventional but contained hidden flexibility. His infantry center was strong enough to absorb the expected Byzantine cavalry charge, while his flanks were organized for rapid movement and envelopment tactics. But his masterstroke was the positioning of his own cavalry. The same veterans who had followed him across the desert. Rather than placing them on the flanks in the traditional manner, Khalid kept them in reserve, hidden behind the main battle line. To Byzantine observers, the Muslim army appeared to have no significant cavalry force at all. The moment of truth, Battle of Yarmouk, began at dawn on August 20th, 636 CE, with a Byzantine assault that initially seemed to justify Heraclius's confidence. The Scalae Palatine, the elite guard unit that had never tasted defeat, crashed into the Muslim center like an avalanche of steel and flesh. For a terrifying hour, it appeared that superior numbers and equipment would prevail over tactical genius. But Khalid had anticipated this moment throughout his entire march across the desert. As the Byzantine cavalry committed itself to breaking the Muslim center, he unleashed his hidden reserve. 10,000 veteran horsemen, their weapons sharpened by 2 years of conquest in Iraq. Their confidence absolute after surviving the impossible. Desert crossing erupted from concealment like a force of nature. The psychological impact was immediate and devastating. Byzantine soldiers who thought they were winning suddenly found themselves attacked from an unexpected direction by an enemy who seemed to appear from nowhere. The carefully maintained formations of the Scalae Palatine began to waver as individual units found themselves fighting on multiple fronts. But Khalid's tactical masterpiece was just beginning. As his cavalry struck the Byzantine flanks, the other Muslim armies launched coordinated attacks from their positions. Abu Ubaida's forces, no longer trapped in Damascus, fell upon the Byzantine left. Amr ibn al freed from his siege at Gaza, struck at their supply lines. What had been separate, isolated campaigns suddenly became a perfectly coordinated offensive. The battle raged throughout the day, but by afternoon, the outcome was clear. The largest army in Byzantine history was disintegrating before the tactical genius of a man who had crossed an impossible desert to save a failing campaign. Emperor Heraclius, watching his elite units flee in panic, reportedly declared, farewell. Syria, what a beautiful land you are for your enemies. The empire that died in a Datha psychological collapse of Byzantine forces at Yarmouk was as complete as their tactical defeat. Soldiers who had never known defeat suddenly found themselves running from an enemy they couldn't understand or predict. The reputation for invincibility that had sustained Byzantine power for centuries crumbled in a single afternoon. But the true measure of Khalid's achievement wasn't just the destruction of a single army. It was the complete transformation of the strategic balance in the Middle East. With a defeat at Yarmouk, Byzantine power in Syria was broken forever. The great cities of Damascus, Antioch, and Jerusalem lay open to Muslim conquest. More importantly, the myth of Byzantine invincibility was shattered throughout the region. Christian Arab tribes that had supported the Byzantine cause began switching sides en masse. Local populations that had resisted Muslim rule suddenly found themselves welcoming the conquerors as liberators from Byzantine taxation and religious persecution. What had begun as a desperate gamble to save a failing campaign had become the foundation for Islamic dominance throughout the Levant. The price of genius, as the dust settled on the field of Yarmouk, Khalid ibn al Walid stood among the wreckage of the greatest army the Byzantine Empire had ever assembled. His impossible march across the Syrian desert had become the stuff of legend. His tactical innovations would be studied by military academies for the next 1,000 years. He had single-handedly saved the Muslim conquest of Syria and opened the door to further expansion into Anatolia and beyond. But characteristic of the man, Khalid felt no triumphant elation. He understood better than anyone the terrible cost of his victory. Thousands of Muslim warriors had died during the desert crossing, not from enemy action, but from heat, exhaustion, and dehydration. Many more had perished in the climactic battle, their lives sacrificed to purchase strategic victory, the burden of command. Knowing that his strategic genius came at the price of other men's lives weighed heavily on the man they called the drawn sword of God. Each brilliant innovation, each impossible maneuver, each tactical masterpiece was purchased with blood and suffering. Yet as Khalid surveyed the results of his greatest gamble, he could take satisfaction in knowing that the sacrifice had achieved something truly historic. The march to Syria hadn't just saved a single campaign. It had secured the future of Islamic expansion and fundamentally altered the balance of power between the great empires of the age. The boy who had once been Islam's greatest enemy had become its most successful champion. The desert that was supposed to be impassable had become a highway for conquest, and the Byzantine Empire, which had ruled the Eastern Mediterranean for over 3 centuries, began its long, irreversible decline toward extinction. The drawn sword of God had struck its most decisive blow. The price of invincibility. The messenger rode through the dusty streets of Damascus like a harbinger of doom. His horse was lathered with sweat from the urgent journey from Medina and the sealed letter. He carried would shatter the career of history's greatest undefeated general. It was 638 CE, and Khalid ibn al Walid, the drawn sword of God, was about to discover that even divine weapons could be sheathed by mortal hands that had once housed Byzantine governors. Khalid received the imperial seal with the same calm dignity he had shown on 100 battlefields. But as his eyes scanned the words written in Caliph Umar ibn al-Khattab's precise script, something died in the legendary commander's face. The letter was brief, direct, and devastating. You are relieved of all military commands, effective immediately. The man who had never lost a battle had just suffered his first and most crushing defeat. But from the pen of his own caliph, wielding the most dangerous weapon of all, political necessity, the fear of greatness. To understand why Umar ibn al-Khattab destroyed the career of Islam's most successful general, one must understand the unique burden of ruling a religion that had exploded across 3 continents in less than 2 decades. Islam's meteoric expansion had created challenges that no previous empire had faced. And at the center of those challenges stood the towering figure of Khalid ibn al Walid. The problem wasn't Khalid's loyalty, that had been proven beyond question through years of brilliant service. The problem was his very success. In an empire that stretched from the Atlantic to Central Asia, Khalid's name had become more famous than that of the caliphs themselves. Soldiers chanted his name before battle. Poets composed verses about his exploits. Children played games pretending to be the drawn sword of God. More disturbing still were the reports reaching Medina from across the empire. In Iraq, some soldiers had been heard saying that victory was impossible without Khalid. In Syria, tribal leaders spoke of him as though he were divinely protected beyond the reach of mortal harm. In Arabia itself, Bedouin warriors claimed that Khalid's presence guaranteed Allah's favor in battle. For Umar, these reports represented an existential threat to the Islamic faith itself. The Quran was explicit. There is no God but Allah. Yet here was a mortal man being spoken of in terms that bordered on worship. The very success that made Khalid invaluable also made him dangerous to the spiritual foundation of the empire he had helped create. The caliph's concerns weren't merely theological. History was littered with the corpses of empires that had been torn apart by their own successful generals. Caesar had crossed the Rubicon. Alexander's successors had carved up his empire. The late Roman Empire had been repeatedly convulsed by military strongmen who commanded more loyalty than the emperors they supposedly served. UMA had seen how quickly the Islamic community could fracture. The succession crisis after Muhammad's death had nearly torn the Ummah apart. The Ridda Wars had required brutal military action to preserve unity. Now, barely a decade later, the community faced a new threat. Not external enemies, but the dangerous charisma of its own champion. The calculation of power, the decision to dismiss Khalid, wasn't made in anger or jealousy. It was the cold calculation of a ruler who understood that empires survive not through the brilliance of individuals, but through the strength of institutions. Umar had watched Khalid's career with growing unease, recognizing that the general's very virtues had become vices from the perspective of imperial stability. Khalid's independence in command, which had served Islam so well in the heat of battle, now appeared as a potential threat to central authority. Once essential for victory against impossible odds, now looked like the foundation for a personal power base. His reputation for invincibility, which had demoralized enemies across 3 continents, now risked making him irreplaceable in the minds of his followers. The tipping point came after Khalid's conquest of Damascus, when enthusiastic soldiers began circulating stories that bordered on the miraculous. They claimed their general's sword had never touched the ground in defeat. They swore that enemy arrows turned aside from his body. Some whispered that he communicated directly with angels on the battlefield. For Umar, these stories represented a crisis of faith that threatened to corrupt Islam at its very source. The religion that had been founded on the absolute unity of God was in danger of developing a cult of personality around a mortal man. The Caliph's response was swift, decisive, and politically brilliant. He would sacrifice his greatest general to preserve his empire's soul. But Umar was too shrewd a politician to simply destroy Khalid without justification. Instead, he crafted a narrative that would preserve both men's reputations while serving the empire's long-term interests. The dismissal would be framed not as punishment, but as protection. Protection of the Islamic community from the dangerous illusion that victory depended on any single individual rather than Allah's will. The moment of truth when Khalid read Umar's letter in the privacy of his Damascus headquarters. He understood immediately what was happening. The man who had spent his life reading the intentions of enemies across battlefields had no difficulty interpreting the political currents that had led to this moment. He knew that his dismissal wasn't personal. It was institutional. The empire had outgrown its need for irreplaceable heroes. What followed was perhaps the most remarkable moment in Khalid's entire career. Faced with the destruction of everything he had built, commanding armies that would have followed him into rebellion against Medina itself, possessing the military genius to carve out his own kingdom, Khalid ibn al Walid did something that revealed the true depth of his transformation from tribal warrior to Muslim believer. He obeyed. The decision couldn't have been easy. Khalid was at the height of his powers, commanding the absolute loyalty of the most successful armies in the world. His officers would have supported him. His soldiers would have died for him. The recently conquered populations, who had come to see him as a guarantee of just rule and protection from Byzantine retaliation, would have welcomed his independence. Instead, Khalid called his senior commanders together and read Umar's letter aloud. His voice, which had rallied troops through desperate battles and negotiated the surrender of mighty cities, remained steady as he formally transferred command to his designated successor. There would be no dramatic speeches, no appeals to personal loyalty, no suggestion that the caliph's decision was anything other than wise and proper. "I have served Islam with my sword," Khalid told his assembled officers. "Now I serve it with my obedience." The reaction among his troops was immediate and emotional. Veterans who had followed him from the deserts of Arabia to the walls of Damascus broke down and wept. Officers who had entrusted their lives to his tactical genius pleaded with him to reconsider. Some even suggested that they march on Medina to demand his restoration. Khalid's response was characteristic in its simplicity and devastating in its finality. "We are Muslims first," he reminded them. "We serve Allah, not any mortal man. The Caliph has spoken, and we obey." The long twilight Khalid's retirement from active command marked the end of an era in Islamic military history. The man who had conquered 3 empires withdrew to a modest house in Medina, far from the centers of power and glory that had defined his adult life. For someone who had spent decades at the center of world-changing events, the transition to private citizen must have been jarring. Yet those who knew him reported that Khalid adapted to civilian life with the same discipline he had brought to warfare. He maintained a simple household, avoided political discussions, and showed no bitterness toward the Caliph who had ended his career. When former subordinates visited to seek his advice on military matters, he politely redirected them to their current commanders. The contrast with his former life couldn't have been starker. Where once he had commanded tens of thousands of warriors across battlefields that decided the fate of empires, now he managed a small household and tended to personal affairs. Where once his daily decisions had shaped the borders of the Islamic world, now his greatest choices involved matters of domestic routine. But retirement also offered Khalid something he had never experienced during his years of constant campaigning reflection. For the first time since his conversion, he had the luxury of contemplating the extraordinary arc of his life. The aristocratic youth who had nearly destroyed Islam at Uhud had become the instrument of its greatest expansion. The tribal warrior who had fought for personal glory had learned to subordinate his ego to a higher cause. Friends and family members who spent time with Khalid during these years described a man who seemed at peace with his choices, even as he clearly missed the excitement and purpose of active command. He spoke little of his past achievements, focusing instead on religious study and the welfare of his family. When pressed about his military career, he would typically deflect with humor or redirect the conversation to theological matters. The restraint he showed during this period may have been his greatest victory. Lesser men might have spent their retirement years writing memoirs that glorified their achievements or subtly criticized the decisions of their successors. Khalid did neither. He maintained an almost complete public silence about military affairs, refusing to provide ammunition for critics of the current leadership or fuel for his own legend. The warrior's last battle as the years passed. Khalid's health began to decline. The man whose body had withstood the rigors of desert campaigns and countless battles finally succumbed to the one enemy he couldn't outmaneuver: time. But even in illness, he displayed the stoic courage that had defined his military career. According to those present during his final days, Khalid faced death with the same calm calculation he had brought to his greatest battles. He put his affairs in order, said farewell to family and friends, and prepared to meet his Creator with the quiet confidence of a man who had served faithfully according to his understanding of duty. But it was in his final moments that Khalid revealed the one regret that had haunted his retirement years. As death approached, witnesses reported that the legendary general's composure finally cracked. With tears in his eyes, he spoke words that would echo through military history. "I have fought in so many battles seeking martyrdom that there is no spot on my body without a scar from a sword, spear, or arrow. Yet here I am, dying in my bed, like any old camel. May the eyes of cowards never sleep." The irony was profound and tragic. The man who had sought a warrior's death in 100 battles, a coup, had led desperate charges against impossible odds, who had won immortal fame through his willingness to face any danger, was denied the martyrdom he craved. Instead of dying, sword in hand, on some distant battlefield, he passed away quietly in his bed, surrounded by family rather than comrades in arms. For Khalid, this peaceful death represented a kind of failure, not of courage or skill, but of destiny. He had always imagined that his story would end in a blaze of combat, sealed by the glorious death that Muslim warriors prized above all earthly rewards. Instead, he experienced the most ordinary of endings: old age, illness, and a quiet passing in domestic surroundings. Yet from a historical perspective, Khalid's natural death was perhaps fitting. The man who had transformed from Islam's greatest enemy into its most successful champion had completed one final transformation from active warrior to elder statesman. His willingness to accept dismissal and live quietly in retirement had served the Islamic community as faithfully as his battlefield victories. The immediate aftermath, Khalid's death in 638 CE, marked more than the passing of a great generalate, marked the end of Islam's age of conquest by individual genius. The armies that had relied on his tactical brilliance now had to learn to win through institutional strength rather than personal charisma. The results were immediate and sobering. Within months of Khalid's dismissal, Islamic armies in both Iraq and Syria suffered their first serious defeats since the early days of expansion. Campaigns that had proceeded with clockwork efficiency under his leadership now bogged down in extended sieges and costly frontal assaults. The psychological advantage that his reputation had provided to Muslim forces and the corresponding demoralization it had inflicted on enemies evaporated almost overnight. More significantly, the removal of Khalid marked a shift in Islamic military culture itself. The era of the brilliant individual commander, making split-second tactical decisions that could change the course of history, gave way to a more systematic approach to warfare. Future Islamic generals would be competent professionals rather than inspired geniuses, effective within established doctrine rather than revolutionary innovators. This transformation wasn't necessarily negative. Institutionalized military systems proved more sustainable than those dependent on exceptional individuals. The Islamic Empire continued to expand after Khalid's death, conquering North Africa, Spain, and Central Asia through the strength of its administrative systems and religious motivation, rather than tactical brilliance. But something irreplaceable was also lost. Never again would Islamic armies possess the kind of flexible, innovative leadership that had characterized Khalid's campaigns. The systematic approach that replaced his improvisational genius was more predictable, more sustainable, and ultimately less effective against determined opposition. The weight of legacy in the decades following his death. Khalid ibn al Walid's reputation underwent a curious transformation. The man who had been too dangerous to command while alive became a safe symbol of Islamic military virtue once dead. Stories of his exploits were told and retold, growing more elaborate with each generation. The general, whose very success had threatened the stability of the Islamic State, became an icon of that state's golden age. Military. Historians studying his campaigns identified innovations that would influence warfare for centuries. His use of mobility and deception, his integration of different types of forces, his psychological manipulation of both allies and enemies all became standard elements of military doctrine. The man who had been dismissed for being irreplaceable had, in death, made his methods indispensable to military thought. But perhaps Khalid's greatest legacy wasn't tactical or strategicate, was moral. His gracious acceptance of dismissal. His refusal to exploit his popularity for personal gain. His quiet dignity in retirement. All established a standard for military leadership that transcended any single campaign or battle. He had demonstrated that true greatness lay not in accumulating power, but in knowing when to relinquish it in the end. Khalid ibn al Walid had conquered something more difficult than empires or armies. He had conquered himself, the proud aristocrat who had once fought for personal glory, learned to subordinate his ego to a higher cause. The brilliant general who could have carved out his own kingdom chose, instead, to fade into obscurity rather than threaten the unity of the faith he served. It was, perhaps, his greatest victory. Asterisk, the legacy of the drawn sword in the small Syrian town of Homs. An old man lay dying in his bed, surrounded by concerned visitors and grieving family members. It was the year 638 CE, and the most feared military commander in the world was about to face the one enemy he had never been able to defeat: time itself. As Khalid ibn al Walid felt his strength ebbing away, he spoke words that would echo through history. I have fought in over 100 battles, and there is not a spot on my body without a scar from a sword, spear, or arrow. Yet here I am, dying in my bed like an old camel. May the eyes of cowards never sleep. These were not the words of a man at peace with his fate. They were the final testament of a warrior who had transformed from Islam's greatest enemy into its most successful conqueror, only to be forced into retirement at the height of his powers. But as Khalid breathed his last, he could not have imagined the true scope of the legacy he was leaving behind, a legacy that would reshape 3 continents and echo through 14 centuries of history. The mathematics of genius, the numbers, tell a story that seems almost impossible to believe. In a military career spanning just 15 years as a Muslim commander, Khalid ibn al Walid fought in over 100 engagements without suffering a single defeat. Not a single loss. Not even a strategic withdrawal that could be classified as a defeat. In an age when even the greatest generals expected to lose some battles, Khalid achieved something that military historians still struggle to explain. perfect tactical success. But the raw statistics only hint at the true scope of his achievement. During his campaigns in the Ridda Wars, he unified the Arabian Peninsula in less than 2 years, crushing rebellion after rebellion with a speed that left his enemies psychologically shattered before they could coordinate effective resistance. In Iraq, he conquered the richest province of the Sassanid Empire in 18 months, capturing cities that had stood unconquered for centuries. In Syria, he broke the power of the Byzantine Empire in the Levant with a single decisive campaign that lasted barely 3 years. Consider the geographical scope. From the gates of Mecca to the walls of Damascus, from the marshes of southern Iraq to the deserts of Jordan, Khalid's campaigns covered over 3,000 miles of some of the world's most challenging terrain. He adapted his tactics to siege warfare in Mesopotamian cities, desert fighting in Arabia, mountain warfare in the Syrian highlands, and river crossings in Iraq, mastering each environment with an ease that left contemporaries convinced he possessed supernatural powers. The economic impact was equally staggering. The territories Khalid conquered generated more wealth than the rest of the Islamic world combined. The tax revenues from Iraq alone funded Islamic expansion into Persia, Egypt, and North Africa. The tribute from Syrian cities provided the economic foundation for the Umayyad Caliphate. In purely material terms, Khalid's conquests transformed Islam from a regional Arabian movement into a global superpower. But perhaps, most remarkably, he achieved all of this while consistently being outnumbered. At Mu'tah, he faced odds of 30-1. At Ulay, 20-1. At Yarmouk, nearly 10-1. The pattern was so consistent that enemy commanders began to assume they were walking into traps when they found themselves with numerical superiority against Khalid's forces. His reputation had become a weapon in itself. The revolution in warfare Khalid didn't just win battles. He fundamentally changed how warfare was conducted. His innovations in cavalry tactics influenced military doctrine for centuries after his death. Before Khalid, Arabian warfare had been largely static tribal raids and defensive actions, dominated by individual heroics and clan rivalries. He transformed these irregular fighters into a coordinated military machine capable of defeating the professional armies of established empires. His signature tactic, the pincer movement, became the standard method for Islamic armies throughout their expansion. The concept was deceptively simple. Fix the enemy center with infantry, while cavalry swept around both flanks to attack from behind. But the execution required split-second timing, absolute coordination, and supreme confidence in one's subordinate commanders. Khalid's ability to execute this maneuver consistently, even with newly recruited tribal fighters, spoke to his genius for training and leadership. More revolutionary was his integration of different types of forces. Traditional military doctrine kept infantry, cavalry, and archers in separate formations with distinct roles. Khalid created fluid combinations where mounted archers would soften enemy positions. Heavy cavalry would punch through weak points, and infantry would exploit the breakthrough. His armies moved like organisms rather than machines, adapting to battlefield conditions with an organic intelligence that bewildered opponents accustomed to more rigid tactical systems. His mastery of desert warfare was particularly influential. The techniques he developed for moving large armies across waterless terrain, his innovations in logistics, water, discipline, and navigation enabled the rapid Islamic expansion across North Africa and into Spain. Later Muslim commanders like Tariq ibn Ziyad and Uqba ibn Nafi drew directly on methods Khalid had pioneered in the Arabian and Syrian deserts. But perhaps his greatest tactical innovation was psychological. Khalid understood that warfare was as much about breaking enemy morale as about inflicting casualties. He cultivated an aura of invincibility that often won battles before they began. Enemy armies would retreat at news of his approach or fight with the fatalistic desperation of men who believed defeat was inevitable. This psychological dominance multiplied his effective strength far beyond the numbers he actually commanded. The transformation that changed history, the psychological impact of Khalid's conversion extended far beyond military tactics. For the Byzantine and Sassanid empires, losing their most effective enemy was devastating enough. But seeing him become their most dangerous opponent created a crisis of confidence that reached the highest levels of both governments. Byzantine Emperor Heraclius, who had spent years developing strategies to counter Khalid's tribal warfare, suddenly found those same tactics turned against his own forces with even greater effectiveness. The man who had once been Byzantium's most valuable ally in containing Islamic expansion had become the instrument of that expansion. Intelligence networks that had relied on Khalid's information were compromised. Military preparations designed to exploit his weaknesses became irrelevant overnight for the Muslim community. Khalid's conversion provided something even more valuable than military expertise, proof that Islam could transform even its most bitter enemies. His example inspired countless other conversions among tribal leaders who had been wavering between the old and new orders. If the son of al Walid, ibn al a man from the most aristocratic family in Mecca, could find truth in Muhammad's message, then perhaps the message itself was worthy of consideration. The ripple effects extended throughout Arabia and beyond. Khalid's conversion triggered a cascade of similar transformations among military leaders throughout the region. His former allies, seeing which way the wind was blowing, began their own negotiations with Muslim leaders. Within a generation, the entire military elite of pre-Islamic Arabia had either converted to Islam or fled to Byzantine or Persian territory. This wasn't just religious conversion. It was cultural transformation on a massive scale. The tribal warfare system that had dominated Arabian society for centuries gave way to a unified military structure focused on external expansion rather than internal conflict. The psychological impact was profound. Arabian fighters who had spent generations fighting each other suddenly found themselves united under a single banner, channeling their martial traditions toward the conquest of civilizations they had previously only dreamed of challenging. The architect of empire, the borders of the modern Middle East still bear the imprint of Khalid's campaigns. The territories he conquered, most of modern-day Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Syria, Jordan, and southern Turkey, formed the heartland of Islamic civilization for the next 1,000 years. The cities he captured became centers of Islamic learning, trade, and culture. Damascus, which he helped conquer, became the capital of the Umayyad Caliphate. Baghdad, built near cities he had taken in Iraq, became the seat of the Abbasid Caliphate. But Khalid's influence extended beyond mere territorial conquest. The administrative systems he established in conquered territories became the template for Islamic governance throughout the expanding empire. His policies of religious tolerance, local autonomy, and economic integration created stable foundations that lasted for centuries. The Christian and Jewish communities in Syria and Iraq, who had initially feared Islamic conquest, found themselves with more religious freedom under Khalid's administration than they had enjoyed under Byzantine or Persian rule. His military organization influenced Islamic armies from Spain to Central Asia. The tactical manuals written by later Muslim commanders drew heavily on precedents he had established. The famous Tactica of Emperor Leo VI, written to help Byzantine forces counter Islamic military methods, was essentially an extended analysis of how to defend against Khalid-style warfare. Even the Crusaders, arriving in the Middle East 4 centuries after his death, found themselves facing tactical systems that traced their lineage directly back to his innovations. The speed and completeness of his conquests created a psychological template that influenced Islamic expansion for centuries. Later, Muslim commanders from Uqba ibn Nafi in North Africa to Muhammad ibn Qasim in India explicitly modeled their campaigns on Khalid's example. The expectation of rapid, decisive victory became embedded in Islamic military culture, driving the extraordinary pace of early Islamic expansion. The teacher of champions Khalid's influence on subsequent military leaders created a genealogy of tactical genius that shaped medieval warfare. The commanders who served under him, men like Amr ibn al who conquered Egypt, and Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas, who conquered Persia, carried his methods to new theaters of war. They, in turn, trained the next generation of Islamic commanders, creating an unbroken chain of tactical knowledge that extended across 3 continents. The famous Khalidian school of military thought dominated Islamic strategic planning for centuries. Its emphasis on mobility, psychological warfare, and adaptive tactics influenced not just Muslim armies, but their opponents as well. Byzantine military manuals from the 8th and 9th centuries contain extensive discussions of Arab methods of warfare, essentially systematic analyses of Khalid's tactical innovations. His influence extended beyond the Islamic world. The Norman conquest of England employed cavalry tactics that showed clear influences from Islamic military methods transmitted through contact during the early Crusades. The Mongol invasions of the 13th century used psychological warfare, techniques that Khalid had pioneered 6 centuries earlier. Military historians can trace tactical innovations from his Syrian campaigns through the battles of Tours, Hastings, and even Agincourt. But perhaps his greatest contribution to military science was his demonstration that warfare could be systematic, rather than merely heroic. Before Khalid, most military commanders relied primarily on personal courage, superior numbers, or favorable terrain. He showed that consistent victory was possible through superior organization, training, and tactical innovation. This intellectual approach to warfare became the foundation of all serious military thought that followed. The paradox of power, the paradox of power, slowly continue to challenge historians and thinkers. The career of a man who achieved perfect military success. Was he simply the product of favorable circumstances, the right person in the right place at the right time? Or do individuals like Khalid represent something more fundamental about the role of genius in shaping historical events? His story raises profound questions about the nature of conversion and loyalty. What psychological transformation allows a man to fight with equal effectiveness for causes that are, in theory, completely opposed? Khalid's seamless transition from Christianity's champion to Islam's sword suggests that his deepest loyalty was not to any particular ideology, but to the pursuit of military excellence itself. Yet his devotion to Islam in his later years appeared genuine, even when it cost him his command. The tension between individual achievement and historical inevitability becomes particularly acute when examining Khalid's career. Would the Islamic conquests have succeeded without him? Could any other commander have achieved similar results. The speed and completeness of his victories suggest that his personal contribution was irreplaceable. Yet, the broader forces driving Islamic expansion, religious enthusiasm, Arabian military culture, the weakness of neighboring empires, would presumably have found other outlets. His forced retirement by Caliph Umar raises equally complex questions about the relationship between exceptional individuals and democratic societies. Umar's fear that people would begin worshipping Khalid instead Allah may have been prescient, but it also deprived the Islamic community of its most effective military instrument at a critical moment in its expansion. The decision reflected a profound tension between the need for extraordinary leadership and the dangers such leadership poses to institutional stability. The eternal questions as we stand nearly 14 centuries after Khalid's death. His story continues to resonate because it touches on fundamental questions about human nature and historical change. In an age when we debate the role of individual agency versus systemic forces in shaping events, Khalid's career provides a compelling case study of how a single person can alter the trajectory of civilizations. His transformation from enemy to champion challenges our assumptions about the permanence of ideological commitment. In our polarized world, where political and religious identities often seem fixed and immutable, Khalid's example suggests that even the most bitter enemies can become the most devoted allies under the right circumstances. The psychological mechanisms that enabled his conversion, respect for strength, attraction to success, the search for meaning in a changing world, remain as relevant today as they were in 7th century Arabia. The military innovations he pioneered, the integration of different fighting styles, the use of mobility to overcome numerical disadvantage, the systematic exploitation of psychological warfare have found new applications in modern conflict. Contemporary military strategists studying asymmetric warfare, guerrilla tactics, and rapid deployment forces continue to find insights in his campaigns. The principles he established transcend the specific technologies of his era. But perhaps most importantly, Khalid's story reminds us that history is not an impersonal force, but the aggregate of individual human choices. His decision to convert to Islam, made in a moment of political calculation and personal doubt, ultimately determined the fate of empires. The borders he established, the institutions he created, the military traditions he founded, the psychological impact of his victories all flowed from that single choice. Made by one man in the Arabian desert 13 centuries ago, the sword. Eternal in the end, Khalid ibn al Walid achieved a form of immortality that few human beings ever attain. His name became synonymous with military genius across cultures and centuries. Muslim children learn his story as an example of perfect devotion to faith. Military academies study his tactics as examples of strategic excellence. Historians debate his impact on the course of world history. But perhaps the most fitting tribute to his legacy is simply this: in a world still shaped by the conquests he made possible, in institutions that trace their origins to the empire he helped create, in military traditions that evolved from innovations he pioneered, Khalid ibn al Walid remains what he always was: the drawn sword of God, unsheathed not just for a moment of crisis, but for all of human history. The young man who once threatened to destroy Islam instead became its most successful champion. The tactical innovations he developed in the deserts of Arabia influenced warfare on 3 continents. The psychological impact of his conversion continues to inspire discussions about the possibility of transformation and redemption. The administrative systems he established provided models for governance that lasted for centuries, as long as human beings studied the dynamics of leadership. Conversion, loyalty, and military genius, the story of Khalid ibn al Walid will remain relevant. He was the enemy who became a savior, the warrior who never knew defeat, the man whose transformation changed the world. In the end, perhaps that is the most fitting legacy for the drawn sword of God, forever relevant, forever capable of cutting through the complexities of human history to reveal the profound impact that one exceptional individual can have on the fate of civilizations. The sword has been sheathed, but its legacy remains eternal.